Hello. Hello, Libra. Yeah, we're gonna start with you right now. And hi, Asin. Okay, Libra, so I already shuffled these cards. Go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 and ask your question. And then let me go ahead and write down the list so you guys know what place you are. Okay, Libra, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 26 so we can get that answer for you. Hello, Little. Thank you. Okay, Libra, so for the card, it seems like the card that you picked is the Five of Pentacles. And this card is kind of like, this card is all about, this could be either on your side or their side, so it's kind of like take this as a warning type thing, but it seems like they might have like kind of like a wall up. They're like, it seems like either you or them is gonna have a wall kind of up, and they may find it hard to communicate honestly. And that can mean like a couple of things, that can mean like either it's going good on one side and they may not be thriving as much as the other, so they're kind of like, holding back some information or kind of just scared to share just because of that, if that makes sense. So just kind of keep that in mind. So like, if like that's the situation for you or for them, just kind of like say enough, but don't say too much to the point where it's kind of like you come off as being too showy, if that makes sense. Because it seems like there's going to be some difficulty communicating honestly, but there's going to definitely be like an emotional attachment there. But it just does seem like a connection that can get past that. And it seems like it's kind of like one of those connections where it's been being long searched for, if that makes sense. So kind of just be courteous, I guess I could say, and be open with them, but kind of hear them out and feel out the situation. No, I'm not saying to like lie or anything, but it seems like if it's not on your side, it might be their side where they're kind of holding some stuff back just because they may not have as much to show for as you, or the other way around. So just kind of keep that in mind, okay, Libra? Thank you for your question. But besides that, I do see like an emotional attachment forming between the two of you. Okay, thank you, Libra. I'm glad it did. Okay, Asin, are you ready? Yeah, Libra, as far as the connection, I'm definitely seeing like an emotional attachment forming where it's kind of like it seems like one of you guys may have been like feeling lonely and you guys are kind of like filling that void finally. But just know it's kind of like you guys need to be a little open with each other, and there's definitely going to be like I said, it seems like one of you guys is going to have kind of like your guard up, but it's just like I said, it could be because it's kind of like one may not have as much to show for the other, so they're kind of scared that that's going to scare the other one off. So just kind of keep that in mind. And okay, Asin, pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, anytime, Libra. Thank you for your question again. Okay, Asin, I pick a card between 1 and 24. Okay. So, Asim, it seems like the card you picked is the Ace of Wands. And anytime there's ever any type of ace, it's like the main symbolization is new opportunity and pretty much like new beginnings. So, as far as their intentions, it seems like they're taking whatever the situation is between you guys and kind of looking at it as a new opportunity for like the both of you with the potential to grow. So, depending on the connection and the relationship between the two of you, but this is definitely like a good sign. Like kind of think about like it's like kind of like I said though, it's just overall like new energy, new beginnings, kind of like new passions, enthusiasm, just overall like inspiration type energy. So if there's some type of like new forming connection between you guys, just kind of know that they're kind of taking this as a chance to pursue the idea between like whatever the connection is, however it's going for you guys. And this is kind of like a sign for them or for you if you're looking for one, like you should just go for it. And this is also, yeah, this is definitely like genuine and honest energy, because this is like this card is all about like excitement and kind of like seeing opportunities and like that'll open up the future. So they're definitely thinking long term, so this is definitely like genuine and honest energy. It's kind of like, look at it as like a breakthrough moment. So that's kind of like on their side how they're looking at the situation. And they're definitely feeling like, yeah, like they're definitely kind of um like they're definitely feeling like commitment, if that makes sense. And they're definitely like one of those type of people that cares about being not just connected but like emotionally connected too. So just keep that in mind too. But honestly, like this card is all about things heating up, so this is definitely a good sign. Yeah, you guys are definitely on the same page, because this card is definitely like all about caring about what the other person wants and wanting to thrive together. So I wish you the best of luck with that. Thank you for your question. Anytime, Addison. Thank you. Okay, Christine, are you ready to ask your question? No, trust me, I feel that. No, this is a great card. This is all about thinking like towards the future, like thinking long term. And kind of like, if there's something they want, they're gonna like, this is like a sign for them to just go for it. Like, don't even think about anything around it, because it's something that they do want, if that makes sense. Okay, Christine, are you still here? Yeah, thank you, Aston. See you next time. Alright, Christine, I'm going to wait 20 to 30 more seconds to see if you're still here so we can move on with you. If not, is Akriti still here? Okay, Akriti, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3, and then we could find out some, just some insight behind that and pretty much answer your question. Okay, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 18, Akriti. Hi, Stella. Let me add you to the lists. It's nice to see you again, too. I just added you to the list right now. I'm going to update the list on the screen after I'm done, but at the moment I'm working with Akriti just so you kind of get an idea where your place is. Okay, Akriti, so it looks like the card you picked is the Lover's card. And this is a great card to pick. This is all about, like, being at crossroads as far as, since we're applying it to, like, your career, as far as what your question is regarding. This is all about, like, being at crossroads and, like, shifting from one path, so what you're on right now, but shifting to a different path. And it seems like this is definitely a possibility for you, but you need to, it seems like there's some choices that need to be made between your work and other aspects of your life before it could happen for you. It's definitely a possibility, but it also seems like it's like there's some underlying factors you may need to address and continue working on it to make it happen. Like, it's not just going to be given to you. You got to be, you got to be pretty much, like, committed to it. And on top of that, just understand that if this does happen for you, assuming you can do what I said previously, you need to make sure that you understand the kind of risks that you open yourself up to. And also, while you're making any decisions to help you get to this path, you just make sure you make decisions with your head and your heart. So, make sure it aligns with your goals, if that makes sense. Like, aligns with your values and your goals. But this is definitely, like, a strong possibility. It just seems like there's some choices that need to be made first between your work and other aspects of your life. So I hope that makes sense, Akriti. Thank you. Hi, Gemini. Yeah, I can add you to the list. I'm going to update the list right now. And hi, Denise. Peace and blessings to you too. Okay, I'm gonna update the list right now. I'm gonna ask one more time, Christine, if you're still here. If not, Little, if you're here, go ahead and let me know. So I'm gonna update the list really quick. Anytime, Akriti. Thank you again for your question. Okay, Akriti, let me go ahead and shuffle these cards really quick. And then as I shuffle these cards, think really hard about your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Hi, Kung Fu Fendi. Yeah, just make sure you're subscribed, you like this, and then I'll add you to the list. Okay, Little, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 23. Okay. Okay, thank you, Kung Fu, and hello, Bang Tan. I'll add you to the list as well after I'm done with Little right now. But okay, Little, so it seems like the card you picked is the Seven of Swords. So as far as a time, it seems like it's gonna happen most likely, like I'm getting the spring, but it's like that's pretty much all it's giving me as far as when it comes to time, because it seems like there's some type of transition where you're not happy right now and you may be filled with like regret, or just kind of like you're overall just not really satisfied with your current situation. And in order for you to be financially independent, it seems like I'm getting like you need to let go of whatever's holding you back, like whatever's, like it could be from your past, your present circumstances. Like there's something going on, and you may not know this, or you may already kind of have an idea of what I'm talking about, but it seems like you won't be financially independent until you can release the baggage that you have right now. So it's kind of like, it seems like right now you're like in a state of transition, but, and obviously this growth, like this financial independence is like essential for you to grow in your development, but there's something holding you back. I just keep getting there's something holding you back. I'm like, yeah, it seems like most likely it will be the spring of next year if it's not this year. Because I'm getting the spring, but you definitely need to like there's just I just keep getting over and over again. There's just something that's holding you back, and that could be like emotionally or mentally. Like, don't just think it's like something that has to do with your everyday life. It could be like it could go from like, memories, like negative thinking, relationships, habits, behaviors. Like there's just something there that's not serving you and that's kind of in the way of you becoming financially independent. So it's kind of like you need to figure out what it is that's holding you back. Let go of that. And once you can let go of that, you're going to see all the opportunities in front of you open. So it's kind of like gaze ahead to your future, see what you can do without and what really needs to be there. And, this may mean making tough decisions and compromises, but just kind of see it as like like your rite of passage, if that makes sense. Because I definitely see like a much better position for you in the future. But you have to be willing to evolve and shed, like pretty much get rid of what you no longer need or what's in the way. Yeah, anytime, little. Thank you for your question. Hi, Melody. Yeah, I can add you to the list. Okay, let me go ahead and update the list right now. And then Stella, just let me know, make sure you're still here. But I'm going to update the list really quick. Okay, Stella, I'm more than happy to answer that for you. Hi, Daisy. Just make sure you look at the description box below for the instructions, and yeah, I already added you to the list. Just make sure you subscribe and you like. Okay, Stella, we're gonna go ahead and roll astrology dice for you, and we'll pick a card too. So go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3, Stella. Okay, little two. Sorry, I just saw that. Yeah, that makes sense, and that could be what it is, and that you need to let go. So just kind of keep that in mind. I just kept getting for you that there's something that's standing in the way that needs to be let go first before you can pretty much get to that next transition in your life. Okay, pile 2. Okay, Stella, now pick a card between 1 and 18. Okay. Okay. So as far as the card, before I roll the dice for you, it seems like um there may be kind of like it seems like they're definitely the type of person already off the bat that they're gonna they're gonna take a close look at their situation and make sure that they can give you their all, because they may have an issue with balancing their time, and that could be like because of work, because of their responsibilities, or maybe they're in school or anything, just anything along, sorry, like those guidelines pretty much off the bat. That's what this card is kind of saying. But as far as like romance, they care about giving you their all, so that's why they're going to make sure they balance their time wisely. So as far as a card, that's pretty much what I got for the card. But let me roll some astrology dice to kind of get into what they're going to be like, and kind of pretty much like kind of get an idea of their appearance, and also what like their overall like traits, and what they'll think of you, like as far as connection wise. Okay, so let's start with the zodiac sign. So the zodiac sign I got is a Leo. So this off the bat is pretty much like it could either mean like either you're a Leo, they may be a Leo, or they may overall just have like Leo traits. So, when you think of Leos, they're pretty much like overall they're like very brave. They're going to be very protective of you, playful. They have like great leadership skills. They're very confident. Sometimes they like to be the center of attention. They're going to be very attractive, like as far as physically, and they may also be someone that's kind of like muscular and also very popular. And they're going to be like very warm, creative, like think artistic. They're also going to be very like entertaining, and they're going to be somebody that likes to either that's very entertaining or that enjoys entertaining others overall. And they're also going to be like very outgoing. And then as far as like and then for the house we have the fourth house, and for that, that's all about like they're gonna care about having like family values. They're also gonna be interested in children. So, I'm not sure if that's something you would like, but they're definitely interested in children for sure. They're gonna, like I said, family values, and that goes for your guys' family, each other's family. Like they care about having a connection with their parents, your parents. Um, Overall, they're very gonna be like in touch with their emotions, and they're gonna care about your emotions as well. And then for the planet, it seems like you got Saturn, and this one is always like the first thing that comes to mind as far as appearance goes too. They're gonna be like very masculine, so like they're gonna have a nice smile. They're gonna be like overall they might be somebody that works out a lot. They're gonna care about like they care about how they look, if that makes sense. And they're like they're like pretty dominant too, but not in a bad way. And they're also like very like disciplined, structured. They're like also very like ambitious too. Yeah, like they're just gonna be very like strong, like, and I'm talking like physically strong, but also like think like endurance too. And like lastly, they're just an overall like very responsible person. So as far as like everything, like just think of somebody that pretty much wants more than just a marriage. They want a family. They care about a family. They're very masculine, attractive, strong. They have like nice high endurance, and overall care about being emotionally in tune with you, if that makes sense. Like that's like just pretty much like to summarize everything I told you. And they're also gonna have like a nice smile. I keep getting like teeth. Yeah. Thank you for your question, though, Stella. Hi, Cheryl. Yeah, I can add you right now. Okay, and then next up is going to be Gemini Girly, if you're still here. Anytime, Stella. Thank you. Okay, Gemini girly, I'm shuffling these cards really quick. Just kind of keep your question on your mind and pick a pile between 1 and 3 for me when you're ready. Okay, Gemini, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 25. You know what, actually, to get like a time frame, go ahead and pick 2 cards between 1 and 25. So that way I could give you like from this point in time to this point in time, if that makes sense. Okay, so the first one will be 23, and then go ahead and pick one more. Hi, Ishita. Just make sure you go ahead and you either subscribe or you are subscribed, like, and then I can add you to the list. I'm gonna update the list after I'm done with Gemini. Okay. Interesting. These are interesting cards. I'm not even getting a time frame. These cards don't even give a time frame. You know what? Go ahead and pick 2 more. Go ahead and pick 2 more between 1 and 23 now, because the 2 cards you picked the Magician and the Death card, and these cards aren't like time frame cards. These cards are pretty much just going to tell you that you have the power in your hand to make it happen, and the Death card is always about like something needs to die before something else can happen, if that makes sense. And not like something needs to literally die, but there's like something that's kind of like preventing it from happening. Okay. And then pick one more too. Because already off the bat, the first time frame I have is like 3 years, like pretty much 3 years, or in the winter. But I want to have like, I want you to pick one more. Okay, 10. Yeah, these cards, like, they really don't want to give you a general time frame. So it seems like the overall, I'm pretty much just gonna go with this. It seems like within 3 years or in the winter, with all the cards you picked, it seems like they're pretty set, and they're kind of like beating around the bush. So they're stuck on this 3 years or in the winter, as long as you can tune into your emotions and understand that you have full control of everything. Like, the ball is in your court, pretty much, if that kind of makes sense. Because it seems like you have everything you need in front of you, but it's like, is your heart open? Like, is your heart open right now to like the universe? Like, like, I don't know if you have a deep connection with your subconscious, but it seems like this is kind of asking you to make sure that you do. And if there's something, it seems like also like with this Death card, like I said, there's something that needs to like, it's like, you need to close one door for another one to open. So there's something that needs to not, like, like I said, kind of like, I don't want to say die because that's such a strong word to use, but there's something that needs to go first. But as far as a time frame, it seems like they have more to say about everything behind it before it can happen. But I'm getting like within 3 years in the winter. But just know, like, this is definitely going to be like a new beginning type energy. So kind of just get in touch with yourself. Make sure you understand that you have the power to make this happen, and you have the power to make it happen sooner as well. And then, pretty much let go of anything that's holding you back from anything or that's standing in the way. Whether that be like, you know, just overall thoughts, like even if you think, even like it's just like it could be your whole thought process too. So kind of keep that in mind. Just kind of make sure pretty much your head is aligning with your heart, or like your heart is aligning with your head, if that makes sense. Because what you put out is what you're going to get back. But like lastly, Gemini, just keep in mind too, this is going to be like the start of something beautiful when this relationship forms. Like you'll feel it. Like you're going to be able to tell when it's like the one, if that makes sense. But thank you for your question. Okay, thank you, Divya, and thank you, Ashita. Yeah, let me add you guys to the list and update the list really quick. And then Denise, let me know that you're still here and we'll move on to you. Let me just update the list really quick. And thank you, Gemini, for your question. Hi, Christina. Yeah, you can be added. Just make sure you're subscribed, or if you're not subscribed, subscribe now and then and then I'll add you to the list right now. Let me just update this list really quick, Denise, but thank you for letting me know you're still here. Okay, Denise, let me shuffle these cards really quick and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. And thank you, Ray. Yeah, I just added you and I updated the list right now so you guys can see it on the screen. Okay, pile 2. Let me just shuffle one last time. Okay, Denise, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 22. Hello, Blue Butterfly. Thank you. Yeah, I can add you to the list. Hi, Lishba. Okay. Yeah, I can add you to the list as well. I'll update the list again after I'm done helping Denise. Okay, Denise. So it seems like with the cards you picked, you have the 7 of Cups, and it seems like this card is all about like kind of like being like having like a lot like an imaginative mind, kind of like wishful thinking, and also kind of like having choices. like, and also like illusion, not bad illusion, but like fantasy thinking, if that makes sense. So it seems like as far as why they reached out to you, it seems like they may be um, kind of like it's something about you's tempting them. Like that's what I'm getting, and it seems like on your side, it seems like they may be kind of feeling like a little rush, not like I don't know if they feel like they're gonna lose you necessarily, but it seems like they may either have like a lot of choices to choose from, or they kind of feel like you have a lot of choices to choose from, so they're reaching out to you to kind of beat everybody and to kind of get your attention. So kind of like trust your instincts as far as this connection goes. But it seems like there's something about you that's really like tempting them right now, and that's why they reached out to you. So kind of take your time with this, consider things carefully, and communicate efficiently just to make sure that you really understand where they're trying to go with this. But it seems like they kind of wanted to get ahead of everybody because it seems like they may feel like you have a lot of options to choose from. So like it's kind of like they want to make sure. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It just seems like that's how they're feeling. Yeah, so just kind of feel things out. If this is something you want to go with, I mean, it seems like this is a great thing to go with. This is very like wishful thinking type of energy and kind of like having fun and enjoying the moment, but also kind of taking into consideration the future too. Yeah, that makes sense because that could explain why they feel like that. So they kind of look at you as like, like, they don't want to miss their chance. So that's why they reached out to you. That's good. And you should definitely take this opportunity up. Yeah, they're definitely feeling the same if especially because it seems like they're kind of like tempted to rush into it with you. There's definitely like some like infatuation there on their side. So honestly, like if you're feeling like that, like I said, just trust your instincts because this connection is definitely trying to go somewhere. And you're feeling like that for a reason. Thank you for your question though. This seems like a great energy between the two of you. Just remember, just trust your instincts. This seems like a very promising, like blossoming new beginning for the both of you. Yeah, anytime. Thank you. Okay, Kung Fu Fendi, if you're still here, let me know and I'm gonna update the list really quick. That's good that you feel like that. This is all good energy. That's what I'm saying. As long as you're trusting your instincts, this whole relationship is gonna blossom. So just keep that in mind. Okay, Kung Fu. Let me shuffle these cards really quick, and then I'm gonna update the list really quick. But you can go ahead and pick a card or pick a pile between 1 and 3, and then after I update the list, we'll get started with your reading. Okay, thank you, Kung Fu, for picking your card as well. Okay, and yes, Renee, I can add you to the list. Just make sure you like and subscribe. Okay, so for you, I have the Nine of Wands. And this is kind of like, this one is kind of like, this is like, it's kind of in between a yes or a no, but it leans more towards a yes. It's more of like a maybe. It seems like it can definitely happen, but it seems like, it seems like there might be something that's kind of standing, not necessarily standing in the way, but you need to definitely, this is a time for you to stay determined, have courage, and persevere. And also, this is like a great reason to be hopeful. And that there's also, it seems like, I don't know, like, are you facing, like, I'm getting you facing some type of challenges right now. And it seems like there's a definitely, like, this can definitely happen for you, but you need to be able to trust the challenges you're facing, learn from them, and overcome them. But you can definitely, as long as you stay determined and like courageous during this, but also kind of be cautious too, then you can definitely make it happen. So it's like kind of like it's all up to you, but you need to stay tall, like you need to stand tall and like stay strong. And you may be like kind of like on the brink of like exhaustion overall. And like anything that's kind of like the challenges you may be facing or like what's coming up in front of you, kind of look at it as like a test of faith, if that makes sense. And it's kind of like this is your last test of your strength and your character before you reach that finish line of graduating. So as long as you can stay like optimistic, you know, persistent and as long as you're ready to do whatever it takes to like get to the finish line, then yes. But it's like you have to make sure you're making the progress you need to follow your path, if that makes sense. And just keep in mind that every time you overcome an obstacle, it just makes you stronger. Don't look at the, you know, the negative side of it. So just like maintain what you're doing, but also if there's something that's not going right, readjust it. Like if something you try to succeed at isn't going right, then try again. Like tweak it, do what you have to do. But as long as you keep pushing, you're like, just know that you're gonna cross the finish line. So don't let go of any hopes or dreams you have, because you're still, like you're really close to making them your reality. So I mean, like overall, just yes, but as long as you can like stand firm, face your challenges, and you're definitely gonna achieve this goal. So you know, don't let anything get to you, okay? And just kind of make sure, like, kind of just be cautious of your moves. Like, make sure you're doing everything to get you to where you need to be to graduate. So fix anything that needs fixing overall, okay? Thank you for your question. Okay, and next up is going to be Bing 10X if you're still here. Thank you, Kung Fu. Okay, Bing 10, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Now go ahead and pick a card now between 1 and 23. Okay, Bing Tan. So it seems like the card you have, or you pick, sorry, is the Page of Swords. And this is all about like, it seems like right now you may be very curious or kind of like imaginative, inspired, alert, and overall like it seems like there's something, not necessarily something, but there's like some type of determination you may have. And there also may be like a little bit of defiance too. But as far as everything, let's start with a few aspects. So the overall energy is overall, it seems like there's kind of like it's kind of like this is kind of telling you like if there's an idea you have overall and you're passionate about it, like you just need to go for it. This is kind of like you need to communicate those ideas and share them to, if need be, just so you can, it's like it's pretty much time to open up, talk about them, like voice them, turn it into reality type thing. And as far as so this goes for pretty much all aspects of your life. So if this has to do with a relationship, like if you're in a relationship or not, this seems like there may be some emotional confrontations or just overall communication that needs to be happening, or that is going to be happening. And if you're single, just kind of keep in mind that there may be somebody kind of like emotionally trying to open themselves up to you soon, if that makes sense. And if you're in a relationship, just kind of keep in mind that there might be someone. Now, this can go if you're in a relationship or not, but overall, the person on the other side, or maybe you, or kind of craving emotional intimacy. And if you're with someone right now, just kind of keep in mind if this is your side or them, that someone you either meet or you're with may be feeling like their emotional needs aren't necessarily being met. So just kind of like, handle that accordingly and keep that in mind if that's not your case, because you may meet somebody like that. So kind of like be prepared for that. And then overall, when this comes to like your career, this is like a great card, kind of like saying this is a new period of time for you. Like you have a lot of goals, and just open yourself up to experience, like going the extra mile to learn what you need to, getting extra like schooling if you need to, just pretty much like reaching out to the sources you need to reach those goals you have. But this is great energy, like pretty much like ambitious and innovative energy with the chance to prosper as long as you can do so. And then when it comes to finances, if you have like these great ideas, you have to make more money, or to even make just increase any money, or just overall make money in general. Just run with those ideas. It seems like they're definitely going to get you somewhere. So don't be scared or hold back. Like this is all about pretty much just communicating overall with yourself, kind of getting in touch with your needs and your wants and making sure they're aligning with your head so that you can make everything you want to happen. So overall, like just remember to communicate with everything around you. Make sure you're doing what you have to do to make the things you want happen. Kind of like manifestation type things, if that makes sense. Because remember, like at the end of the day, whatever you put out to the world is what you're going to get back. So just kind of keep that in mind too. But I'm also seeing like a lot of determination from you. So I don't think you have an issue with any of this. Yeah, anytime, Bing Tan. Thank you. Okay, and next up is Melody, if you're still here. Okay, Melody, I'm going to ask one more time to see if you're still here before I move on to Daisy. And then Daisy, let me know if you're still here. And I'm going to update the list. Okay, I'm going to just assume Melody and Daisy aren't here, so we'll just squeeze them back in if they pop back in. Cheryl, are you here? Hello, Myra. Let me go ahead and add you to the list right away as well. Okay, Cheryl, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 and ask your question, and I'm going to update the list. So Melody and Daisy, if you come across this and you pop back in, we'll just squeeze you guys back in. Okay, Cheryl, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 34 so that we can go ahead and figure out how they're feeling. Okay, Cheryl, so it seems like the card you picked is the Four of Pentacles. And this, it seems like, as far as how they feel about you, now, before I answer this question, are you guys in a relationship, or are you guys like like on the on the beginning, like on the beginning phase or like stages of a relationship? This card kind of has like a few meanings. It's like the overall energy I'm getting is seems like something needs to be resolved. Okay, that makes sense. It seems like as far as how they feel about you, there's something that needs to be resolved before they can truly be open. So when it comes to stuff like that, it seems like there's some insecurity issues and kind of like fear. And this has to do with this could have to do with pretty much like I'm getting like a past. Okay, no communication. Yeah, like it seems like there's something still being held on to, and it could be like resentment or like grudges or just overall like it seems like something is like conflicted from a past experience or relationship. So, and when it comes to you, it seems like they may be a little it seems like they're just overall clinging to a past experience that happened to them before they really are opening themselves up to you. Like they want to open themselves up to you, but yeah, okay, that makes sense. Like it seems like they want to open themselves up to you, but they don't want to do it until they, or it's like they can't do it until they get past what's like what they're holding on to. Because they know if they do, then they're just going to drive you away from them. So like it seems like they just need a little bit of time to kind of like handle these issues that they're facing, because they kind of have like I'm just getting there's like some insecurity, like they're like insecure, there's something that happened to them in the previous experience or relationship that's having them feel insecure and kind of like scared to proceed with this, whatever this connection is between the two of you, because they may be the type of person that's like very jealous and possessive. So kind of keep that in mind, and that just like I said, it just has to do with something they experienced. So if this relationship does take it to the next level before you know it, just kind of know that they may be kind of clingy to you and a little bit suffocating, not in a bad way, but it just, like I said, it seems like they went through something, so they're overall just like very insecure, and so they may be like kind of jealous and like possessive. So just kind of keep that in mind. Like it's not your fault, but something happened to them that's having them pretty much act this way. Yeah. Thank you for your question though. Just kind of keep that in mind though. Okay, yeah, that makes sense because they want to open themselves up to you, but it's like they're scared to at the same time. But just know that if they do open themselves up to you, like what that is going to bring, as far as what I said about them kind of being clingy, jealous and like possessive. So just keep that in mind. It's not necessarily bad things. You guys can work past it, because at the end of the day, you're gonna kind of have an understanding of their previous experiences that have them acting that way. So kind of just teach them and show them that you understand and that you're not their last person that they were with, if that makes sense. Yeah. Thank you, though, for your question, Cheryl. Anytime. Okay, and then next up is Ishida. Okay, Ishida, I'm going to give you about 20 to 30 seconds to see if you're here. If not, is Divya20 still here? Okay, thank you for letting me know, Renee. And okay, Divya, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. And then Ishida, if you hear this later on when you pop back in, you can be re-added to the list. Thank you, Alishma. Okay, Divya. Now, Divya, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 26. Let me update this list really quick. Okay, Divya, this is such a great card. So with the card, it seems like you picked the Two of Cups. And this is like such a great card when it comes to relationships overall. So I'm not sure if you're looking necessarily to um like to get back with your ex per se, but this is like when it comes to relationships in this card, this is all about balance, pretty much like union and seeing eye to eye with the other person. And this is like one of the most positive cards that you can get, especially when it comes to relationships. So honestly, this is kind of more telling me that like, so if you are trying to work it out with your person, like, you know, with this connection that you have right now, there's it seems like there needs to be some type of like seeing eye to eye first, but like as soon as you guys can do that and get it like a mutual understanding of what each other wants and needs, that's when you guys can pretty much move forward and make things work. And when you guys can do that, there's going to be better communication and just overall balance between the two of you. But if you're not trying to necessarily make it work with them, like overall, this is like pretty much overall like the new beginnings of any type of partnership. So like I said, like even if you are trying to make it work with them or not, just know that the next person that you do is somebody that will see eye to eye with you, and that it'll be mutually beneficial for the both of you. Like you guys are going to be encouraging one another to do your best, you know, kind of like moving in sync type thing. Okay, so then if you do want to work with them, it seems like there needs to be some eye to eye seeing. And once you guys can see eye to eye and kind of get an idea of what you both want and need, you guys are just going to build each other up from here on out. So that's like pretty much what the overall message is going to start with, is getting to the bottom of the issues or the situation that caused the separation, and understanding what needs to be fixed on both sides, because that's what, you know, that's what comes with seeing eye to eye, like seeing the bad on both sides, you know, like being understanding of where you went wrong, being understanding of where they went wrong, you know, and compromise overall. So once this compromise happens, just understand that like that compromise is going to bring better communication, is going to bring balance, and you guys are going to, like, I'm getting, you guys are going to be able to cooperate better this time. So I don't know if this is like either like you guys have separated before, or if you guys have had issues in the past, but it seems like as long as you guys can be open, you know, be open to listening to how they feel and try to get them to be just as open with how you feel when it comes to listening. I'm getting there's going to be better cooperation from both sides this time. But also, like I said, just make sure you guys are both equally aware of each other, because this is all, this energy is like partnerships that will eventually build each other up, but they need to be like, you guys need to be in sync first. So once you guys can get past this and understand where it all went wrong on both sides, you guys are definitely just going to keep moving up. I don't see any more going downhill, if that makes sense. But just make sure you guys are open to listening to each other, because the only way that's going to happen is if you guys can both listen to each other. But the overall energy I'm getting is better communication between the two of you. So I wish you the best of luck with this connection. It seems like it's definitely gonna get better, but you guys need to be open to communicating first overall. Yeah, thank you for your question. Okay, and then next up is gonna be Christina. Hi, Sunrise. Yeah, I can add you to the list. And hi, Positive Vibes. I can add you to the list as well. Let me update the list while I wait to see if Christina is still here. Okay, Christina, you are. Thank you. All right, let me update the list really quick. Yeah, anytime, Divya. If you're still waiting for them, then yeah, just make sure you know you communicate and let them know you're still waiting around. Like, show them that you haven't gone anywhere. You know, that may help a little bit. All right, let me update the list really quick. Okay, Christina, thank you. I would be more than happy to answer that for you. Let me shuffle these cards real quick and then go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, Christina, I'll go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 28. Okay, nice. So, as far as the answer to your question, this is definitely, like, off the bat, this is definitely a yes. Like, it seems like, yeah, this is such a strong yes. This seems like not only just that, but they also, it seems like they have dreams of like a serious relationship and like stability. So if this is kind of like a slow commitment type energy, just kind of, or if this is just, if this is like a connection that's kind of going slow, just understand that I'm either getting it on your side, or I'm kind of getting it more on their side, that they're the type of person that takes connections and overall love kind of like very seriously, and they like to get the full understanding before taking any next steps. But they definitely think about you like that, and they think about you not just sexually but like emotionally as well, and they see a future with you for sure. Like they want to be like materially successful with you too. Yeah. So just know that this is like a stable type of energy. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. They're definitely like, yeah, they're pretty protective too. So just kind of keep that in mind when this connection starts to flourish more. But like I said too, they're attracted to you more than just sexually too. Like they care more, like they care about all aspects, but they might take it a little slow. Okay, yeah, that makes sense because this is definitely like the type of energy where they want to take it to the next step, and they also want like they just want to like succeed together, like pretty over like overall. And they also want like a family, so just keep that in mind too. They may eventually want a family. And they also take, like I said, they take love very seriously. Yeah, that makes sense because like I said, they take it very seriously, and they're not one to just rush into it. They like to make sure everything's aligned before it's, set in stone type things. But oh wow, okay. Yeah, see, you may be having dreams like that for a reason, because they're the type of person that wants a family. Like not only do they want a family, but they overall want like a loving home for their family. Like they want like a stable family, like, just like that ideal life that one can only dream of type thing. So just know that when this definitely gets to that point, you guys are going to be very secure and stable. And I mean, not just like as far as relationships, like I'm talking about financially too. So, like, overall materially. So you guys are going to be very comfortably, like sexually, emotionally, materially overall. And just keep in mind too, they may be the type of person that is like more demonstrative of their love through their actions versus their words. So just kind of keep that in mind, like lastly, because people like that. It's like they may not be as good with their words, but like you could feel it. Like you could tell by the way they're acting around you. And you could just tell by the way, like even if it's like the way they look at you, like overall, they're like more of one to show it than they are to say it, if that makes sense. Like they're capable of saying it too, but they kind of act more than they say. But yeah. Okay, yeah, see that makes sense. Like they're one to show you like they literally show you. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, okay, then yeah, I wish you the best of luck with this. This seems like a great, like prosperous type relationship. Yeah, I wish you the best of luck. This is like such successful and just dependable energy overall. It seems like you guys are like very much in sync. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for your question. And like I said, good luck with this. It seems like a great connection. Okay, and next up is going to be Ray if you're still here. Okay, hello Ray. I'm gonna shuffle these cards really quick. Go ahead and ask your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay. Okay, so then, okay, hello, go with the flow. Make sure you like and subscribe if you're not subscribed already, and I can add you to the list. Okay, Ray, so since you want to know that, we're going to go ahead and pick a card for you, and then also I'm going to roll some astrology dice to kind of get an idea of their characteristics and just overall what they're kind of going to be like. Okay, Ray, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 29. Okay, 29. Hello, Suman. Okay, Suman, I'll go ahead and add you to the list as well. I'll update the list and add you right now, Suman, after I'm done with Ray. Okay, Ray, so for the card we have the Ace of Cups. So as far as when, it seems like I'm not getting a straightforward answer for the when. So honestly, let's pick one more card for that. So I'll go ahead and pick one more card right between 1 and 28 so we can kind of get an idea on the when. Because Ace of Cups, it seems like the guidance being given to you is more like they're telling you you need to kind of get like open your heart before something can happen. So I want to get a time frame first. I want to try to get a time frame because right now it seems like they're just trying to tell you to open your heart. And I'm going to roll some astrology dice too. Okay. Go ahead and pick one more between 1 and 27 now, because now you have the World card. And it seems like they're just trying to give you messages instead of a time frame, if that makes sense. I'm still going to tell you what the messages say, but I want to get a time frame. Okay, nice. The Two of Cups. Okay, nice. So this seems like this is going to be happening a lot quicker than expected. And that kind of makes sense too, because okay, let's start with the first card you got. So with the first card you got was the Ace of Cups, and this is all about developing new like romantic relationships and overall like meaningful relationships. So this is kind of telling you there's an opportunity for you to grow, but it also seems like you may need to avoid overanalyzing situations or like setting unrealistic standards, if that makes sense. Like open yourselves up and learn to trust what your gut says too, but also, make sure you're setting realistic standards for people. Because this is a great card to get. This is all about like forming new relationships. And then with the next card we have, so I don't know if I said it already, but it seems like the time frame, it seems like it's going to happen like within like 2 months. You may be seeing new relationships kind of like it's pretty much come in front of you, if that makes sense. So in a couple of months, you may be seeing new relationships starting to form. Yeah, I can give you a hint too. I'll tell you like their traits from the astrology dice I rolled. But it seems like in a couple of months, there may be people that start popping up that have this potential. But like I said, make sure you're setting realistic standards, because these unrealistic standards are just they're gonna kind of like, you're gonna think that they're not who you could have a future with, if that makes sense. Like, you need to be open to anybody and anything, because with this next card you have, this is the World card, and this makes a lot of sense, especially with what you're saying, because the World card is all about your like everything going on that you have right now is coming to an end. Like, and everything needs to come to an end. You need to take a pause, kind of like reevaluate your life, your situation, and then the next cycle is going to begin, which is obviously all these possibilities are going to start opening up to you as far as relationships, and achievement is going to come from that. So just kind of keep that in mind too, because the last card you have is the Two of Cups, and this is such a great card. Like I think one of the previous people, yeah, when I had done Divya's reading, the Two of Cups is all about like unity in romantic relationships, and it's all about pretty much getting like a romantic relationship with somebody that sees eye to eye, that wants a stable connection, that wants to overall is emotionally connected to you, cares about what you have to say, like, like this is like love, like this is love right here. So love is definitely coming your way. Cycles are going to definitely take an end, especially with this whole you saying you've been single for 5 years. That's going to come to an end soon. But make sure you're not, like I said, just make sure you're not setting unrealistic standards for people, because this is a relationship that could come from even from a friendship. But you just kind of you need to open yourself up. Make sure you're communicating too with people. Make sure you don't have any like you have, like, even if you have a guard up, it's okay to lower it so that they can understand where you're coming from and kind of get an understanding of who you are as a person as well. But this relationship is definitely going to be beneficial for the both of you. And then as far as like the astrology dice I rolled to kind of get an idea of who this person is going to be. Okay, yeah, see, so if you're saying that, this next person is somebody that's looking for a relationship. They're not looking to just date. So, like I said, within the next 2 months, there's going to be like potential people. So you may find yourself dating around the next couple months, and you're going to be able to feel the person that it is, but the person that is coming to you is somebody that's looking for a relationship. They're not looking to just date. And now let's get into like some characteristics of them. So as far as, hi Avion, if I'm saying your name correctly, just make sure you like and subscribe, and I can add you to the list. I'll update the list after I'm done working with Ray. So now, back to the astrology dice. So for the zodiac sign, this could either mean you're a Sagittarius, they will be a Sagittarius, or they're gonna have like Sagittarius traits. So when it comes to Sagittarius, they're very like they're very like they're very ambitious people. They're very like truth seeking, open minded. So you can, and they're also like very energetic. So expect them. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, no, this person is like they're very open minded, but they're also truth seeking. So they're gonna care, like they care about what you have to say, but they also are the type of person where they want to make sure what you're saying is what you're really saying. Like, so I don't know if you're that type of person. Oh, really? Okay, that makes sense. Because that's like the zodiac sign I'm getting is a Sagittarius. So if it's like I said, they could either be a Sagittarius or they have like Sagittarius traits. So they're very truth seeking when it comes down to it. So make sure you're being honest with them. They're also very adventurous. They're intelligent. I'm getting they're very intelligent, but they may have a lazy side to them too. And they may be a little not disrespectful, but they could be like a little rude sometimes, but not in a bad way. And then let's go with the next thing. The next is the planet. So with the planet, this is the the North Node. And this energy is all about like pretty much like it's like you need to learn from your past. Like that's pretty much what this one is all about. It's kind of like there's lessons that happen. So if this is a lesson, no, this could be somebody you know. When I get to let me see, this is the first house. When it comes to the first house, this is all about, um, see, this is kind of like self, like all about yourself. But it also means new beginnings and like how you approach your life and how you view the world, but also like first impressions. So this could be a new person if it's not somebody you know already. It's kind of like however you take it. But I'm getting it could either be somebody that you already have, like you've shared even a connection with. It doesn't have to be a connection, but even just any type of like overall you may you can either know them or you won't. It's all like pretty much how you apply it to yourself, because with this first house, that's what it all comes down to. It has to do with your personal life, but it could also mean first impressions. But then with the last dice I was telling you, it seems like in order for any type of relationship to happen, there's something that needs to be learned from a previous experience, like a lesson, or just overall, there's something that you've been through that needs to be learned from in order for you to move on, if that makes sense. So, like, take your past, like, I understand you've been single for a while and it was more like dating before anything happened, but this is kind of telling you need to take what happened from those dates, and not even just from the dates, but take what prevented it from, going to the next step. Learn from that. Make sure your standards are realistic, and it can go somewhere. Like that's when doors are going to open for you, but you have to learn. Okay, see, like that's what I'm saying then. Because if you've already learned from your experience, that makes sense why I'm getting in. Like within 2 months, you're gonna start seeing people pop up for you. If it's not somebody like this, may be somebody you already know, but if not, it's gonna be new connections. But like I said, just like lastly, just know that the new connections that are popping up, they want more than just dating. They're looking for like, unity and like a stable relationship. Yeah. No, this person is looking for something definitely real, not virtual. Hello, sorry, Evian. Yeah, I will add you to the list right now. But thank you for your question, Ray, and I hope it all makes sense. But like I said, they're definitely looking for something real. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna update the list right now. And then Blue Butterfly, let me know if you're here. And if not, then Alishba will move on to you. Okay, thank you, Ray. I wish you the best of luck. Okay, Blue Butterfly, I'm gonna go ahead and shuffle these cards really quick. And then let me update this list, and then you can go ahead and. Okay, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Anytime, Ray. Thank you. Okay, let me shuffle these cards really quick. Blue butterfly. While I shuffle these cards, Blue Butterfly, congratulations. That sounds sounds exciting. Sounds exciting and overwhelming. Hi, Ishida. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. You had missed your reading, but we can add you back. Okay, and I know you said pile 2. Okay, now Blue Butterfly, anytime. Go ahead and pick a card now between 1 and 27. Oh yeah, sorry Suman, you're after positive vibes. Let me add you in. Yeah, let me update the list really quick. Yeah, Melody, I can add you back too. Yeah, Suman, let me add you. I'm sorry, I thought I put you in. You're after positive vibes, just so you know. So let me go ahead and add you in. Okay, 24. And then ignore the Ray. I didn't mean to put them back. It's because I had copied and pasted the list. But that's an updated form of the list. Okay, nice. Okay, Blue Butterfly. This is such a great card. So it seems like you have right here, you have the 9 of Pentacles. And this is all about like the overall, whenever this card pops up, it's all about material, like materialistic and overall like overall like stability and material security. So it seems like, as far as like with your question that you asked, it seems like they're definitely trying to make some accomplishments when it comes to being like stable, if you guys aren't already, and being more independent, confidence, having more freedom as far as when it comes to money and overall like spending. So it seems like they have something they kind of have on their mind to get them to where they want to be, and this has to do with like overall with like working. It seems like they're working a lot harder, and they're setting these, like they have these high standards, and they want to. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, because this card is all about achieving. Like when it comes to career, it comes with achievement and overall like material like security and stability. So with what they're like shooting for, they're definitely gonna thrive and prosper. So know that what they're trying to do right now is gonna bring like nothing but rewards. And I'm talking about success, abundance, and overall like you're just gonna be like the both of you, and especially their hard work. Okay, that makes sense. Like, because all their hard work is going to be paid off. Like, it seems like and that makes so much more sense that you say that too, because they're working, it seems like they're workaholic now, because the more energy they can put into it now, it's going to help it flourish like a lot faster. The profits are going to like come in a lot sooner. And it seems like overall they're trying to set up a life where they can he like it looks like they're setting up a life for you guys to live comfortably. So it seems like when it comes, especially when it like with this feeling about you being pregnant with like like pretty much expanding your family, they're trying to work they're trying to work their butt off now so that you guys can all live comfortably. And once their hard work pays off, yeah, because once their hard work pays off, they're gonna sit back, enjoy your success, and they're gonna be there for you. So that's where they're trying to work. They're pretty much trying to work as hard as they can now, so that when the time comes, when they get here, like when all three of them get here, they can sit back and you guys can relax. Well, not necessarily relax because triplets are gonna be a lot of work, but they want you guys to sit there, live comfortably, not have to worry about a thing, and kind of just enjoy your success while also watching everything flourish around you and being able to help you. So it's kind of like, excuse his work ethics now. Because I mean, it's not bad, obviously, but with how busy he may be, he's doing it for a reason because he's thinking about the long term. He wants to be able to be there for you. So it's like he's working now so that when it comes down to that, everything's already set up in place so that you guys don't have to worry about all that. So he can really be there for you, if that makes sense. Because it seems like this whole situation that you guys have, as far as you being pregnant with triplets, is it's just pushing him to work even harder. Like, this is something he already wanted, but it's just giving him so much more drive and determination to achieve it. So he's like, it seems like he's going to be working a lot harder. But just know that everything that he's doing right now, I keep getting like, definitely financially you're going to be taken care of, and there's going to be so much success. This is like such a great card. So like I said, you guys are going to, you guys will definitely be like living comfortably. Just keep that in mind. Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because they care about their success and financial like rewards being rightly earned, if that makes sense. But overall, like I said, how he feels about you being pregnant, like he's literally ecstatic about it. Like, he's using that as his drive to push even harder for what he's trying to achieve so that he can help you when it comes down to it. That's why he's working extra harder right now, because he wants to take care of it all right now so that when it comes down to it, he could be not just financially ready, but he wants to be ready to help you at the same time. Like, they want to contribute, pretty much, is like what I'm getting. Like, he wants to help you, he wants to work with you, and overall, like, he also wants to make sure you have everything you need when it comes to how like, as far as like the triplets go. Like, he wants to make sure you're getting everything you want and need, and that can mean like items too. Yeah, yeah, that's good. Like, just know that overall they're doing everything they can right now so that they can focus on you and your family when the time comes. Overall, like, that's pretty much like the main message I'm getting. But they're definitely ecstatic about it. That's why they're working so hard now, so they could focus on you guys when the time comes. And like I said, they're definitely worried about making sure you have everything you need. And that I'm not just talking about for the triplets, I'm talking about for you too. Like, he cares about you as far as your like this pregnancy. He wants to make sure you can. Okay. Yeah, and honestly, the main thing I'm seeing as far as when it comes to that house is that um this like, once your social status improves, like I said, once like this whole business venture takes that next leap, then that is going to definitely push you to the house. So, and this is also a sign um that like if you're looking for purchasing a house, like, that's definitely going to happen, because like I said, this card is all about um this card is all about like prosperity, stability, and overall like material security. So just like I said, especially since you said they're a workaholic, as long as they keep doing what they're doing, which I can see the determination on their side, they're going to keep doing what they're doing. And as long as they keep investing their time and resources into that, that goal that he has, then you guys are definitely going to reap the rewards. Yeah, this is definitely like luxurious energy. Because, like I said, they all, like, he cares about what you want, but he also has a lot of wants when it comes to materialistic items. And this is all about materially successful in all aspects. So, honestly, I wish you the best of luck because this is like a great card to get. And I mean, you can only get this card once out of like all 78 cards. So to get this, like, take this as a sign, and honestly, just keep up with it, and just stay there, just be there for him because overall, he cares about you. He cares about you and everything else. Because, like I said, he really is worried about making sure you have everything you need and everything you want at the same time. Like, not just for your kids. Like, he cares about you too. Like, he wants to provide for you like that. Yeah, anytime, Blue Butterfly. Thank you. Hi, Grace. Yeah, I can add you to the list. Okay, I'm gonna update the list. And Alishba, I know you're still here. Yeah, good luck, Blue Butterfly. Seems like such a great relationship to have, honestly. Okay, Alishba, I'm gonna shuffle these cards. And then let me update this list and add Grace really quick. And then, when you're ready, Alishba, just go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3, and then I'll get back to you shortly. Thank you again, Blue Butterfly. Blessings to you too. Okay, Alishba, you said pile number 2. Okay, Alishba, go ahead and ask your question, and then pick a card between 1 and 29. Okay, Alishba, it's good to see you as well. This is a great card, especially so off the bat you have the 10 of Cups, and this is a definite. Yeah, like this is a definite yes. Like this is a definite yes. And the current feelings I have for you, like this is such a great card, especially when it comes to like the relationships in general. This is all about happiness, abundance, harmony, and it also like it also pretty much like it seems like this person, like they're looking for like a long lasting type relationship with you, like with the potential of there being children later once you guys get or like are ready for that. Because this card is like every time I see this card, like it's like the overall energy is happily ever after, if that makes sense. Because it seems like they definitely are the type of person that wants something long lasting, like a long term commitment. Okay, see, so if you're saying that, just know that the this connection is definitely going to take like a churn. Like it seems like they may be doing some like because like this is like all about also if you're not there yet, taking the next step to get to this level, if that makes sense. Like there's a next step that's going to be taken, and when that next step is taken, the commitment is going to be there. Because this is all about, okay, a friend and a love mix. Okay, so if you're single, just know then since you are single, just know that when this becomes a relationship, it's definitely going to be one that lasts. Because like I said, this is all about like taking the next step, also thinking long term, and overall having like that happily ever after when it comes. So if there, it seems like there might be something like, you know what, let's pick one more just to see what's in the way. Okay, pick one more card between 1 and 29 because I definitely see a next step being taken that'll bring commitment and a happily ever after, but I kind of want to get I like let's give you some like insight to what's going on behind this like communication part. Okay, nice. Not necessarily nice, but this makes a lot of sense. So for the second card you have the Eight of Cups, and this is card is all about like the best way to put it is kind of like there's some like see this is all about abandoning and walking away from something. So it seems like this card is like the best sign. Like the best way to explain it is that they're coming to a point where they're understanding there's a time for a change and transition between the two of you, and that means they're walking away from something. So it's kind of like it seems like as far as this communication issue, they're right now they're going through something, whether it's like I'm getting more it's like it's something emotionally, but it's like problematic, and they're kind of trying to escape that before they can take it to the next step. So it's like there's something they're trying to abandon before they can take it to the next step with you. Like they're like in the process of letting something go and leaving it behind because they understand that like the best way to put it is like kind of like they're making like they're pretty much making room for self-improvement. Okay, see that makes sense. Like they're working on self-improvement right now and understanding who they really are so that they can grow. But they're like also getting to this point where they're understanding that it's time for a change when it comes to that. So like they're understanding that it's a time that it's coming to a time to change be- between like how they're feeling about commitment and how you feel, because they're forming this deeper understanding about life in general. And right now it seems like they're not really happy with the way their life is, but they're coming to this realization that they need to step away from these feelings because what they have experienced in the past isn't always, like they can't expect. No, he's not walking away from you. It's like he's walking away from the way he feels so that he can open himself up to you and take the next step in your guys' relationship and like take you seriously. So it's like they're doing a lot of self-reflecting right now, if that makes sense. And they're in the middle of self-reflecting and kind of getting to the bottom of why they feel the way they do and understanding that it's time to change that mindset and get away from all of that so that they can move on to the next phase of their life. Because when you do like self-reflecting, you get to the bottom of it's like you're, yeah, pretty much like that. Like, like he's working on himself. So he's working on himself and he's coming to these realizations of all these like it's like pretty much that his mindset isn't aligning with, yeah, like his mindset isn't aligning with his goals overall. So he's readjusting his mindset. He's making sure his mind is aligning with what he wants. And he's also understanding that like the pretty much like the world is his oyster, like there's a lot of room for self-improvement, but there's also, in order for self-improvement, you have to believe in it. Like it's not just going to happen. Otherwise, it's like you have to get out of that negative mindset. And that's what he's working on right now. And he's once he gets out of that negative mindset, he's going to be ready to take it to the next step with you. And there's going to be a happily ever after, and that goes for like the career stability and the relationship part. And yeah, as far as the will he message, like when I had the first card you pulled was a definite yes. But it's also like it's like a definite yes, but with this 8 of Cups, it could also kind of mean like it's not necessarily a no, but it's also like as long as he's self-reflected enough and can get past it and is ready to take this connection um to the next level and kind of get out of that mindset he's in, then yes. But if he doesn't get out of this mindset by then, he may not message you, if that makes sense. Like it's all up to him. So when he gets out of that mindset, he's gonna message you. So as long as he can manage to get out of that mindset by then yes. I hope that makes sense. Just seems like they're going through a lot right now. But just know that there's definitely like they're most likely going to, but they need to get out of that mindset first. Yeah, thank you for your question, Malishma. Hi Sarah, yeah, I can add you anytime, Malishma. And hi Flirty Princess. Yeah, I can add you as well. Okay, so next up is going to be Renee Walters. If you're still here, let me know. And then I'm going to update the list really quick to add Sarah and to add Flirty Princess. So Renee Walters, let me know if you're still here. Okay, thank you. Okay, Renee, let me go ahead and update the list really quick. And then I'm going to shuffle the cards and pick a pile between 1 and 3, Renee. And then I'll get back to you shortly. Okay, anytime, Flirty Princess. And Renee, now it's time for you to pick a card between 1 and 31 so we could find out how they're feeling. Okay, Renee, so for the card, it seems like you picked the Justice card. So as far as how they're feeling, it seems like right now, it's kind of like they're like all taking it in right now. And this is kind of like karma type of energy. So with as far as how they're feeling, it seems like they've been putting out to the world the mutual feelings that you have, and love and romance is finally coming their way. So as long as and they're also kind of like, it seems like they may be trying to take it slow with you, and know that this is definitely like a positive, like this is positive energy, like this is going to take like a positive turn for the both of you. And this is also like a sign of like a potential romance. So as far as that goes, like they're kind of like weighing the options, like weighing not the options, but weighing like the pretty much more pros and cons. Like they're kind of just seeing this whole relationship from the outside, and seeing like they're like they've been looking for this type of energy pretty much, and they're like okay, like I've been doing this and this, like I'm finally gonna get this and this. So from you, it seems like, or for you, like as far as how they're looking towards you, they see this as being like a very like loving and supportive type of energy, because they've been putting out like they want relationship, they want a relationship, they've been putting forth the effort, and it's finally coming back to them. So they're kind of like, to do that right now, they're taking it all in right now. But just kind of also know too, it depending on like if it's a not necessarily a complicated thing, but or if it's like a new thing, there may be some type of compromise or understanding needed. So they may kind of reach out to you to kind of like, they're the type of person that wants to know where you want to take this. So as far as like the feelings, like they kind of want to get to hear you a little bit more, communicate a little bit more efficiently before they can kind of voice how they feel right back if they haven't already. And as long as like you guys are keep it honest and pretty much in good faith, this relationship, well, it's going to become a relationship and it's going to thrive. Because this is all about like cause and effect, if that makes sense. Like that's like the whole overall energy is that. Because it seems like you guys have both been looking for the same things, and they see that there's like this mutual connection between the two of you, and like this mutual energy. So this is like, think about it as like this is their karma, but it's good karma, if that makes sense. And also expect them to be a type of person that treats you very fairly. So kind of like I said, just kind of like give them some time. If they haven't like reciprocated or responded to you as far as how it goes, they're kind of still taking it all in, because it seems like this is their karma that they've been looking for, and they're finally getting it. But this is definitely like a, you know, yeah, that makes sense. If they're slow moving, they're the type of person to take things slow. They're just kind of like just looking at it from the outside. That's why they're just making sure it's not like too good to be true, if that makes sense. So just be patient with them. And thank you for your question, Renee. Hello, Shakira. Yeah, I can add you. And the next up is going to be Amira and Num, if you're still here. Okay, that makes sense too, Renee, because the card you got was the Justice card. And that's all about like what it is, like pretty much overall like justice type thing. It's like if not even if they're unsure about something, but it's all about like learning the truth about yourself and others, and speaking and knowing. And also like, it's like it's all about learning the truth and speaking it, if that makes sense. Like that's what pretty much comes with justice. So that makes sense why you got the justice card, and like in general, because when there's justice, that means truth, like the truth needs to come out. So that makes sense too why they're taking it slow. So I wish you the best of luck with that. They're definitely just, that's like I said, like they're taking it slow for a reason, and now that you said that, that makes sense. Just let that pass, and then you guys are next, like you guys are on the brink of a new relationship that's gonna be like very, just both mutually beneficial for the both of you. Okay, Amara. Thank you for letting me know you're here. I'm gonna shuffle these cards, Amara, and then you can go ahead and ask your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Sorry, my table's a little wobbly if you keep hearing that. Okay, Amara, let's look into that for you. Okay, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 so we can find out what's going on. Now pick a card between 1 and 23. Okay, Amara, so nice. This is all about pretty much like okay, so you got the Knight of Pentacles, and this is all about like pretty much like putting forth effort, and like common sense type energy and like practicality. So it seems like as far as if you guys are going to be together, let's answer that part. Yes. So this is pretty much, it's like the overall energy in the answer is usually a yes, but you also need to like it seems like there's going to be like you need to be prepared to be consistent, like as far, because if you said that they don't know about your feelings yet, you just need to be like overall you need to be honest, be determined and pretty much ambitious about it, because I'm getting there's gonna like it seems like I'm not getting that they don't feel the same, but it's more like it seems like they may not know how you feel right now. So as long as you're honest about it, they're pretty much open to it. But there also may be some like work and effort that needs to get put into it. Like your love life is gonna be it's gonna be pretty like practical, like overall like this is going to be a secure relationship, overall steady, and they're also like somebody that's very like patient, reliable, and overall like a hard worker. So and they also like like just know they may not take things super fast, like because they're the type of person that doesn't like to take risks when it comes to love or even just those type of connections. So just kind of know that once you guys can get to this commitment phase of just being together, there's going to be like stability and security in your love life as far as like the connection you guys have, and also they're the type of person that wants to work with you towards like your long-term goals together. Like they care about the future. They're not just in it for like, for the now. They're thinking ahead too. And just know that too that they may be kind of like a stubborn person at times, but they're like not in a bad way. It could just be like they're like the type of person where it could be kind of hard to get them to change their mind at times. Just kind of keep that in mind because that's like kind of what I'm getting. But they're like sorry, but they're also like very, but overall they're just very trustworthy and dedicated. So know that it may not be very exciting right now between the two of you, but that could be because you need to be honest and kind of let them know how you're feeling, because this is definitely like a relationship that's going to be deep and reliable, but they don't know how you're feeling it, so it's not going to get there until you can kind of open up, put forth the effort, be honest, be ambitious about it, like, be optimistic about it overall. As long as you're committed to this, then you're going to see results, if that makes sense. But I mean, like I said, like pretty much just put forth the effort, take things slow, because like I said, they're the type of person that doesn't like to take risks, so they're going to make sure they get the full aspect. They care about how you feel, and they care about you knowing how they feel too. Okay, I see. Then see, that makes things slow. Then take it slow, like kind of hint at it without hinting at it, or like without saying it, and see how they say back, see how they react back, because that makes sense why I'm saying you may need to put forth some effort, because if you're hesitant like that because of that, then just kind of like put in the effort to kind of like take things slow. And as long as you can put in the effort, they're gonna I have the sense they can kind of feel it. If they don't feel it already, they're gonna be able to feel what you're putting down, if that makes sense. But you just need to remain ambitious about it and like optimistic, because there's definitely potential there, as long as you're committed to putting in the effort and you have the patience. But just kind of take things slow, because this is all about hardworking, patient, like reliable, and like steady energy, if that makes sense. So as long as you can pretty much just stay committed, and like I said, tell them without telling them, if that makes sense, and kind of just feel it out and go from there. You don't have to like jump into anything, because like I said, they're not one that's going to just jump into it. So like I said, just take things slow, but there's definitely potential there. Like take this as like a welcome sign, if that makes sense, for like a new steady secure relationship to prosper. But you got to put forth effort. And just don't rush them either, okay? Thank you for your question, and I wish you the best of luck. Okay, next up is Sunrise. Hello, Sunrise. I'm gonna shuffle these cards really quick, and then when you're ready, Sunrise, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 and ask your question. Anytime, Amira. Just remember, take things slow. Like success doesn't just happen overnight, and that goes for, everything, relationships, just overall work, everything. Just keep that in mind. Okay, Sunrise, I already shuffled the cards. Go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 and ask your question. Okay. Sunrise, after you ask your question, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 25 to get the answer you're looking for, insight or guidance. Okay, Sunrise, go ahead and pick one more card between 1 and 24, just because the first card you have here is kind of like I want a little bit more insight and guidance before I tell you, if that makes sense. Okay, nice. Okay, so let's start with this first card that you have. So with the first card, you have the Nine of Swords, and the overall energy this one always brings is kind of like, it seems like they're like right now, as far as like so let's start with the first part of your question, like how they're feeling about you. So they're definitely moving towards you, and as far as like how the coming months are going to be for the both of you and how they're feeling, this is like they're at this point where they're like, I don't know why, but they're feeling like this love this love isn't exactly easy, and it's kind of like it's going to require some hard work, but it's not because of you. It seems like they're going through this period of time where they're working on self-improvement, like they're making sure they don't do anything to mess this up, if that makes sense. Like they may be making not necessarily sacrifices, but it seems like there may be some challenges coming ahead between making this relationship work out. Like, and they're probably going to bring that forward to you if they haven't already. But it seems like, as long as you guys are willing to like hear each other out, adapt, and work through any problems, that you guys are definitely going to like pretty much overall prosper. Because this is like pretty much saying, as long as you guys can both do the work to make this relationship work out, it's going to be successful. Because this is like big step type energy. And also it seems like sorry, that they're coming to this realization that adjustments may need to be made, and it seems like it has to do with communication. So if they're not one that communicates to you enough as it is, it seems like they're kind of understanding what they're doing, not necessarily wrong, but like there's always room for improvement, and it seems like they're self-reflecting on ways they can improve to show you how they feel, and to also kind of take this to the next step. Because with this next card that you have sorry, you have the Knight of Wands, and whenever this card pops up, this is all about like overall being like very impulsive and like having a passionate type of relationship. So it seems like they're open they're open to taking a risk. Not necessarily a risk, but like they're just open to starting this new connection with you. And it may be like a little erratic. So like, expect it to kind of happen. Like I said, like if you're asking how do you see the coming months, expect this relationship to take the next step out of nowhere, if that makes sense. Because this is like a very exciting period of time for the both of you. and there's definitely not any type of fear of rejection, if that makes sense. So how they feel about you is kind of like they feel this mutual energy and they're not really scared of any type of rejection happening. So just know this is like a very passionate type of energy at the end of it all, and it's very impulsive. So for this coming months for both of you, they're definitely going to be coming towards you, and it's going to be like very impulsive. So it's going to like happen. It's probably going to like pretty much just going to happen when you least expect it, like over the course of these coming months. So, just pretty much go for it. Take risks with them because that's what they're looking for. And not bad risks, but, as far as, jumping into it. Like, it's not necessarily a risk, but they're like, just jumping the gun. And it seems like doing so is going to just pretty much catapult you guys to the next step, if that makes sense. So I wish you the best of luck, Sunrise, but just know this is overall like very exciting energy and like leaping forward together. Hi, sorry if I said incorrectly. Pratibha? Yeah, I can add you. Just make sure you like and subscribe, and I'll add you to the list. I hope that makes sense, Sunrise. Thank you for your question. But yeah, like I said, Sunrise, just kind of know that they may be working on themselves first before this takes the next step. Okay, next up is going to be positive vibes if you're still here. And also, Sunrise, if you're still here, like, last thing that's coming to me, just kind of know that before they take it to the next step, it seems like they may be getting over something from their past. Just so you know that. So they're coming towards you, but it seems like they're trying to understand something from their past and get over that anxiety that it brings them. Thank you again, Sunrise, for your question. Okay, hello, positive vibes. I already shuffled the cards, so you can go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3, and then ask your question. And then I'm going to update the list really quick to add Pratibha. Sorry if I'm saying it incorrectly. Okay, positive vibes. You can go ahead and ask your question and then pick a card between 1 and 28. Okay, positive vibes. So the card you picked is the Wheel of Fortune, and this is such a great card. So this is always kind of like, always turn it. The world is always churning. Changes that happen, positive or negative, um, they happen for a reason. They're not always like, like it's kind of like they're not always forever, but they can be if you make it to be. So it's kind of like life is full of unexpected changes, and how, as far as how they're viewing you right now, it seems like great changes are coming your way, and this seems like it may be some that you didn't see coming. And it's like some adjustments may have to be made. Like they kind of feel like there may be something that's not necessarily getting in the way, but something that could use some tweaking. And I'm not sure if you guys are already in a relationship or not, or if it's like, still in the works, but it seems like the commitment you guys have with one another may be put to the test if it hasn't already. And also seems like they're the type of person that cares about being in sync and navigating things together. Like they don't want to, they're not one. Okay, you guys are in the process. That makes sense. Okay, then, especially when you say it like that, this is definitely, like, expect that to change. Like, you guys are definitely going to take it to the next step soon. And this could be like, as far as like not seeing it coming, it could be like a matter of it's going to happen, but you might not see the time coming when it happens. But it is going to happen, if that makes sense. But also, I'm also getting that you guys are going to be really close, and you guys are going to also be the type that is like work together as a team. So like when if you guys have any type of issues or anything, because it seems like they've had some issues with previous experiences or relationships, and they've kind of reflected on that, and they know what they want. Okay, yeah, they're a slow mover. Yeah, that makes sense. And it seems like they understand that too, because it's kind of like they know that life is full of unexpected changes. Yeah, and they're getting to the point where they know that this change is coming and adjustments need to be made. And when I say adjustments need to be made, it seems like they're reflecting on this and they're understanding where, yeah, like they're coming to this understanding where effort and sacrifices need to be made for this connection to work. And that has to do with pretty much like how, like what you're saying, like how slow they are. Because it seems like this is something, I don't know if you've communicated it to them or if they know that you're ready to take it to the next step, but it just seems like they're the type of person that it's kind of hard for them to get that adjustments need to be made. So if you haven't kind of communicated it to them, kind of tell them where you stand. Yeah, because it seems like they're not the type of person to really understand by themselves. They need someone to kind of like, this is all about making changes and adjustments. But in order to make changes and adjustments, they need to know that changes and adjustments need to be made. So this is definitely like a sign for you to reach out to them. Reach out to them like courteously though. Like, don't be too hard. Like not hard, but kind of be careful with how you tell them, if that makes sense. Because it seems like you guys are definitely capable of navigating through things like ups and downs as a team. They're not one to like, like they care to hear you out. They're not going to like close you out, so you can definitely reach out to them. And it's probably for the better because, like I said, somebody can't change or adjust something if they don't know that it needs to be changed or adjusted, if that makes sense. So, this is like kind of take this as a sign that you should definitely communicate with them with how you feel. Tell them like, tell them you're ready. Yeah, you're ready to take things to the next step, but also let them know too that like you're like also willing to give them the time they need if they need any. Like let them know you're still there. That you're not just, it's like a now or never type thing. But it's like like at the end of the day, it's like I told you, someone can't change something unless they know it needs to be changed. Yeah, anytime positive vibes. I wish you the best of luck. It seems like there's someone that's really open to listening, so you got that going for you, okay? Okay, and the next up is going to be Suman. So Rohi, if you're still here. Okay, Simon, I'm going to shuffle these cards really quick, and then you can go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 to answer this for you. Okay, now pick a card between 1 and 22, Simon. Okay, Suman. So as far as the questions you asked, let's start with how they're feeling for you. So overall, you have the Ace of Cups here, and this card is all about new feelings, like taking the next step, deeper intimacy, romance. Like, so if this is, I don't know if this is a friendship or like a relation, not even a relationship, but just a connection that's trying to take it to the next level. This is definitely a sign that this is like a sign of a new romance. And if it's a friendship, it's a sign of a new friendship. But overall, I'm getting more like taking the next level in a relationship type energy. So if you guys are in a relationship or if you guys are in the works of it, just know this is like a time where there's going to be some deeper intimacy forming, or like I said, this is kind of like a new stage of like compassion, understanding that's going to be from both sides. Like this is an opportunity for both of you guys to grow together, like emotionally overall, even like just to be more in sync with one another. And also, I'm getting that you need to learn to trust your gut and avoid overanalyzing situations, if that makes sense. I don't know why I'm getting that, but I'm getting that for you. So, as far as when they're going to contact you, I'm getting within this month they're going to. I know the month is coming to an end, but I'm getting it's going to happen within this month. And then with your how long will he be stable in his life? This is all like as far as stability, as long as they can overall like this is a great time for them to like pretty much utilize and take on any new challenges or tasks because it seems like they have like a lot of inspiration right now. So as long as they keep that up, because there's like it seems like there's new emotional beginnings with like these very nice high intentions. So as long as they keep this mindset, they're going to be stable in their life the whole time because it's like whatever you put out to the world is what you're going to get. So as long as they can utilize this inspiration, and if they aren't afraid to take on more responsibilities than they have right now, because it seems like they may be the type of person that has, like, not fears, but they may struggle sometimes to handle everything on their plate at times, not all the time, but it seems like now is the time to push past all of that and to pretty much just thrive. And it's like pretty much just up from here, if that makes sense. So this is all about new starts. So new starts for you guys, new starts for the stability in his life, just overall. And if they don't reach out to you, I'm getting either, like, most likely within this month, but the month is coming to an end. So if it's not within this month, it's going to be within this month to next month, if that makes sense. It just seems like they have, like, they have a lot going on right now that they're trying to achieve, and they're definitely capable of it. It seems like they're trying to align their mindset with their goals. So, just kind of be thoughtful about that, if that makes sense. Thank you for your question, Suman. Okay, and next up is going to be go with the flow if you're still here. I'm going to shuffle these cards. Anytime, Suman. You too. Thank you. And then one more time, I'm going to ask go with the flow if you're still here. I'll give you 20 to 30 more seconds to let me know if you're here or not. And if not, then we'll move on to Avian if you're still here. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move on. Ishida, if you're still here. Okay, thank you, Ishida. Go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3, and then I will look into that for you. Hi, Avian. I just went past you. I'll go back to you right after Ishida, because Ishida responded first. Okay, Ishida, now pick a card between 1 and 19. Thank you, Avian. You'll be next. Okay, Shida. So as far as the answer to your question, as far as if they miss you, it's a definite yes. That's like off the bat, it's a definite yes. And as far as why they want to stay connected to you, it seems like when it comes to you, they just feel like they have this like secure feeling when it comes to you, and they're also, it seems like they're very protective of this connection and this relationship, and they also see you as being very dependable. And not even just that, but they have this like realization where they think you're such a great partner, and they may be taking things slow if they are getting that this is kind of like they want a commitment with you, and they may be taking it kind of slow, but it's because they pretty much take commitments and just overall relationships very seriously, and they like to understand the full scope of the situation before taking any next steps. So just kind of know that they also care to like grow with you. Like they want to grow with you in the long term. They're not just in it for the short term. Like they're seeing a future with you. And that's why they miss you, and that's why they want this connection with you. Like it's kind of like they're coming to this understanding that they see you and they want this future with you. So if this has kind of been like unsteady, or if it hasn't gotten anywhere yet, know that this is like the future holds for like the both of you like a secure and stable relationship. And that's just like, and also like they care to be with you emotionally, not just physically. Like they want to emotionally be on the same page, and they want to work together to get there, like to stay there, and also like thrive materially too, like in the material world, like financially. Okay. Yeah, anytime, Shida. Thank you for your question. Okay, Avian, now we're gonna go back to you. I'm gonna shuffle these cards really quick, and then go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 and ask your question. Okay. Okay, Avian, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 20 so we can find out what's going on. And Ishida, you should definitely wait. Don't move on. They definitely want something steady and stable with you, but it may just take a little bit of time. Like it's going to be a little bit slow. So you should definitely not move on if it's something you want to work out. Okay, Avian, so for the card you picked, you have the Knight of Cups. And, okay, it seems like the only reason, or like one of the main reasons they're kind of worried about the future of your relationship is just because their mindset is like, it's kind of like they're setting these unrealistic expectations of love, if that kind of makes sense. Like it seems um like uh like they need to stop thinking that relationships are perfect. They need to stop thinking that anything's perfect, because nothing's perfect. Like what makes a relationship is being able to work through things together as a team, not thinking about the negatives, understanding that all the negatives just bring you guys together closer, because if you guys can work through them, that just sets you guys up to pretty much keep going and to keep prospering. But it just seems like they're feeling like why they're so worried is because they have these unrealistic expectations, and it seems like they take love so seriously. They think that the perfect partner exists, and the same, they think like perfect relationships, Like, and that's not that's not how it works. So it's like they need to be aware if that's, I feel like it's on their side. I don't think it's your side, but they need to be aware of approaching this, like your guys' connection with that attitude, because that's why they're worried to begin with. Like the future for you guys, the future you guys hold is very prosperous, but it seems like instead of sitting here and thinking about what's going to happen in the future, you guys need to get past and have fun in the now, and kind of see, like, take everything for what it is right now, because that, as you guys do that, you guys are going to see what you guys really both have to offer, and it's going to keep happening like that. Like this whole thing you guys have going right now is going to keep being repetitive, and not in a bad way. This is like in a good way. It's, and instead of worrying about the future, fix what's going on now. Once you guys can fix what's going on now, you guys are going to live in nothing but happiness, if that makes sense. Because they're definitely happy with you, but it's like they have these unrealistic expectations. So it's kind of like, be there for them. Yeah, anytime. Just kind of like, just like I say, just like be there for them. But like, let them know too, like nothing's perfect, and you guys can work towards it together to get where you guys need to be. And just let them know that you're there for them overall. Thank you for your question. I wish you guys the best, but I definitely see some uplifting changes happening for you guys, okay? Okay, and next up is going to be Melody, if you're still here. Okay, Melody, thank you. I'm going to shuffle these cards really quick, and you know how it goes by now. I'm going to shuffle them, think about your question really hard, and then pick a pile between 1 and 3 and ask your question. Thank you, Shakira, for letting me know you're here too. Okay, Melody, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 24. And thank you, Flirty Princess, for letting me know you're still here too. Thank you, Grace. We'll be up with you next very shortly. Okay, Melody. So it seems like Stefan's energy towards you right now is like I don't know how this has been going for you guys, but this seems like some great energy. It seems like right now they're like have this like deep sense of fulfillment and like gratitude, and they're also very feeling very like complete and happy right now. And I'm not sure if this relationship has gotten to the next step yet, or like to the next level, but this card is usually a sign that things are gonna like pretty much move to the next phase or step of like the relationship. And they're also thinking like future with you. And they're also, it seems like they may be planning something, or they have like these big decisions that they're kind of like weighing right now. They're also very like, no, he didn't reply today. Yeah, that's interesting. It seems like they're feeling very happy right now. Like they have this sense of fulfillment, and they may not be responding to you because it seems like they're making some type of plans, and they have like some big decisions they're kind of weighing right now. This card is usually like a sign of taking things to like the next step. So I'm not sure if you guys are like in the relationship or working towards one, but depending on how things are going, it seems like they're weighing some type of options and they're making some plans to take things to the next step. Yeah, let's see. Since you're saying they haven't responded, let's kind of figure out why. Okay, pick one more card between 1 and 23 because I want to kind of get some more insight. Because it's all about taking things to the next step, but let's find out why they didn't respond because they're definitely feeling like they want to, but I want to find out why they didn't respond to you. Because they definitely have like this fulfillment energy and happiness, but it doesn't make sense. I want to find out why. Okay, interesting. So as far as why they haven't responded to you, it seems like okay, so this card you have is a Nine of Cups. And this is all about like kind of like the best way to put it is like it seems like they may be looking for a way to get closer with you. Obviously not responding isn't the way to do that, but it seems like they're not responding to you yet because they're trying to figure out what like they're trying to figure out a better way to connect with you. And they also, it seems like they may be going through this phase where they're kind of out and enjoying themselves right now, like they're kind of having fun, but it's not like they're not going to respond to you. They are, but right now it seems like they're kind of focusing on their own life right now. Like they're kind of out enjoying themselves right now. It doesn't mean you're not on their mind, but that's like why they haven't responded to you. Like it's kind of like, when you're caught up in something and you don't have, and it's not like you don't have the time to respond, but like it completely like slips your mind type of thing. It's like that. Hi, Rosie. I can add you to the list. But just know they definitely are going to, okay? Yeah, thank you, Melody. Hi, Rosie. And yeah, you can donate. What was your reason for donating? Just so I know. Okay, and the next step is going to be Grace. I know you're still here, Grace, so let me just shuffle these cards really quickly. Okay, Rosie, yeah, you can go ahead and do that. I'll put my Cash App down below, and then you can come after Grace. I'm going to work with Grace right now, and then you'll come after her. Or, sorry, them. I don't want to assume any type of gender. I believe so. Let me me see what my information is because I haven't gone on it in quite some time. Okay, great. Okay, I'm gonna shuffle these cards really quick while I see if I have that information, okay? And then you'll be next, Rosie. Okay, I'm re-downloading PayPal right now. So before I give you that information, in the meantime, Grace, I'm pretty sure you're still here because you had commented previously. If you're here, Grace, let me know if you're still here. Okay, sounds good, Rosie. I'm downloading it right now while we wait to see where Grace is, because Grace was here a second ago. Let me get that information for you. Okay, I'm gonna assume Grace stepped out, so we'll just go back to Grace. So then Rosie, here it's, let me just put it, and then you can go ahead and take your turn now. Yeah, I haven't gone on this in a while, but this is my app. I think that's how I would send it to you. I have a toddler, so that's why that's my name. Just, just so you guys know. Okay, Grace. So then while I wait for her, you can go ahead and ask your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, yeah, we can do that. Now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 17. Okay, Grace. So for the card you picked, I have the Queen of Pentacles. And this is all like overall about pretty much kind of like thank you, Shakira. Okay, so overall this is energy is all about like kind of like this is like kind of telling you to kind of be cautious and careful of where you leap when you're chasing success. So this is kind of like there's a lot of success in your future, but just kind of make sure you're planning things accordingly and making sure that your head is like your mindset and your head is aligning with your goals. Like, you need to be kind of like, be careful, and also, don't be afraid to put anything that's not serving you or that's not going to get you to where you want to be to the side right now. Because I'm getting that you're very wise and you're responsible, and you're definitely capable of achieving everything you want to achieve. And also, this is kind of like energy too, where it's like there's a lot of stability and abundance surrounding you, believe it or not. So like if you're not getting that right now, you need to open yourself up and kind of get to the bottom of what's not serving you, because it's definitely surrounding you and it's there, but you have to also go out of your way to, to grab it. It's not just going to be given to you, if that makes sense. Because you definitely deserve to like indulge yourself, like, indulge here and there and treat yourself. So kind of take this as a sign too. And this goes for like your career, your love life, and everything. Like, there's a lot of success to be made, but you have to also remember that you're in charge of your own success. And if anybody's giving you any type of advice or anything, you should definitely listen to it, because it's going to help you accomplish your goals, and it's going to also like remind you that everything you want to achieve is very practical and you're capable of it, because you're the type of person where as long as you can set your mind on it and you can do it, you can achieve anything. And just know that as long as you can put in the hard work and get this mindset, like, align your mindset with your goals, you're gonna succeed, like, financially. You're gonna gain so much abundance, and you're gonna have material security. So if you don't have material security, right now, know that it's definitely in your future, because I'm getting that you're a very responsible person and you know how to balance your life. But also, I'm also getting, you're the type of person that can look for a good deal, but you also never compromise on the quality, if that makes sense. So, apply that to your overall life too, okay? It seems like there's a lot to be accomplished if it hasn't been accomplished already, but you just got to keep that mindset and kind of make sure you're aligning your head with your goals, like I said. Hi, Flower. Yeah, you can be added to the list. So just kind of remember, Grace, like I said, success is surrounding you, but you need to go out there and grab it. And once you do, it's gonna pretty much just open like a bunch of new doors for you, okay? Anytime, Grace. Thank you. Okay, and next is gonna be Sarah Holiday, if you're still here. Okay. Thank you, Rosie. I did get that. Sarah Holiday. I'm gonna assume, Sarah Holiday, you're not here, but I'll give you a chance to pop back up. I'm gonna go ahead and get started with Rosie. So, Rosie, whenever you're back in here, let me update this list really quick. Okay, yeah, I got it, Rosie. Let me shuffle the cards, and then you can go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 and ask your question, Rosie. Let me update the list really quick, just so everybody kind of gets an idea where they're at. Okay, thank you, Rosie. Then Sarah Holiday, like I said, You have one more chance to let me know if you're here or not, and then if not, we're gonna move on to Flirty Princess. Okay, thank you, Flirty Princess. We'll most likely be moving on to you because I don't think Sarah Holiday is here anymore. Okay, Rosie. Now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 36. Oh, hold on, let me double check. Okay, sorry. Pick a card between 1 and 26 so we can find out why. Okay. Yeah, we can look into that for you. Go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 26 and we'll find out what's going on. Okay, so since you picked 2 cards, I'll go ahead and go off the 2 cards that you picked. So let's start with this first card. So for this first card, you have the 4 of Swords, and this card is all about kind of like it seems like this is interesting. Like it seems like them reaching out to you to begin with. It seems like they have this understanding of how you're feeling, and they had to gather strength just to even reach out to you. And it's kind of like they're facing a challenge because they're not sure if you're going to reach back out or not. But they understand that them reaching out to you to begin with is like kind of like how to say it. It's kind of like it's like a risk for them because they don't know if you're going to exactly reach out or not, but they're kind of like ready to go with whatever you're going to throw at them. And I'm also getting that it seems like they're focused and concentrated on trying to fix this whole feeling that you have, like you're portraying behind them, as far as like this feeling used. Like it seems like I don't think that's necessarily the case. It more seems like this is kind of like they're trying to stay silent. They're trying to hear you out as far as like why you feel like that. And okay, yeah, see, and that kind of makes sense because they're understanding that you need, like, because this card is all about kind of like solitude and seclusion. And this is all about like kind of like going through something, but they're kind of like retreating from what they did to you, and they're trying to be like they kind of have this confidence like they could try to talk to you, but they're not sure if it's going to yield anything. Like but they also have this understanding that because of the situation that you guys need some time apart so that you can gather your thoughts and feelings, because there's like they're feeling like a pain, like a they're feeling like a loss, like they're feeling the loss that they're putting you through, but you know they don't want to be the type of person that doesn't reach out to you either. Yeah, see that, and that makes sense because they don't want to, like they're the type of person where they understand that you put it like all this hard work in and you did what you had to do for that money, and the fact that they used you and did what they did, they're trying to make a change, but like it's the type of person, like, you know, when somebody messes up, they want to, like, they don't want to just not necessarily like they're trying to acknowledge it, but they're trying to like show you that they still like like that they're still there, if that makes sense. They don't want to just like, act like I hurt you and that's it. Like I'm not gonna talk to you. It's like they're trying to like apologize in a way, but they're also understanding that they know like they overall like messed up with you. Like they're very understanding behind that too. But they also don't want to be the type of person that doesn't reach out at all, if that makes sense. Like they know that you're gonna need some time to, if there's even a possibility to fix this, because they're very understanding with how you feel. But they also wanted to make sure they reached out so that you can't say they didn't reach out. Okay, as far as if they really like you, they definitely do. That's why they are reaching out to begin with. Because they feel like they know you're like a resilient person, and this like stress and tension between you guys, they know like they know the type of person you are. Like you're very strong and resilient, and they know that stress and tension can break anybody, even like the strongest person. But they're like very focused on this energy they have to kind of like fix the situation between you guys. Like they're understanding that it might take you some time, but that's why they reached out. Like they were willing to reach out because they do understand they messed up, if that makes sense. And they understand that this may be a time for a break between the two of you guys. Because this is definitely like a tough time. It's not like you can just kind of like, get over it. They're understanding that, you may need to take a step back and regain perspective on the whole situation before you can even fix this, if it can be fixed. But they definitely do want to fix it, but they're also open to giving you time to gain your strength back and, spend time with yourself and kind of just like they're open to giving you the time you need to like not necessarily get over it, but to, be open to even trying to fix it with them. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you, especially if you're going through something like that. Yeah, and they definitely do feel it. They definitely do feel it, and that's why they reached out to you to begin with. So, I mean, like I said, just kind of like keep in mind that they definitely want to fix it, and they're open to like giving you the space you need. But they definitely do feel bad for what they did. Yeah, anytime. Thank you for your questions. I wish you the best of luck with this. Just take it slow, because I know it's hard to forgive people like that, but they're definitely willing to like wait it out. Like they're open to giving you a break right now to kind of like regain perspective on the whole situation. Not like to change your feelings, but to give you time, because this isn't something that just gets fixed. Yeah, anytime. Thank you for your question. Yeah, I mean, like at the end of the day, like do what you have to do, whatever's better for your situation. Just use this time to like regain perspective on the whole situation, on them as a person, and all that. Because like I said, I can see that you're a hard worker, and nobody likes to get money lost from them like that, or taken, or be used for anything. Yeah. So just I can tell you're like a very confident, and you have a lot of strength in you, but this, like I said, this can break anybody. It could break the strongest person, and they know that, and that's why they reached out to you to begin with. So, just spend some time. Like, I wouldn't even say respond to them right now. This isn't like a time to respond to them. Just kind of spend some time reflecting a lot. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah. Yeah, like just use this time to ground and like recharge yourself, okay? Just like look at it as a time to like get away from the pain, retreat from it, get away from the conflict, like just to so you can get rid of your like stress and anxiety, okay? Like just spend some time on self-reflecting on yourself, because you know who you are, and I can see you're a very strong person. Yeah. Thank you for your question, Rosie. I wish you the best of luck. You're a strong person. You got this, okay? Hi, Deeply. Yeah, I can add you to the list. Okay, and then I'm gonna ask one more time, Sarah Holiday, if you're here or not. Anytime, Rosie. Thank you for your question. If not, Flirty Princess, we're gonna go ahead and move on to you. Let me just shuffle these cards, and we'll give Sarah Holiday, I guess, a quick second while I shuffle to see if they pop up at all. Yeah, we're most likely going to move on to you, Flirty Princess. Let me just shuffle really quick. So then, Flirty Princess, when you're ready, go ahead and pick or ask your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Then I'm going to update this list really quick. Okay, Flirty Princess, you said pile 2. Okay, so go ahead now, Flirty Princess, and pick a card between 1 and 22. Okay, thank you, Shakira. You'll be up next very shortly. And then just so you guys know ahead of time, this Friday's live stream is probably going to happen on Saturday because I have some doctor's appointments on Friday and my daughter has to go to speech therapy, so I don't think I'll be able to get to it, but I'll most likely do it on Saturday. Okay. Okay, interesting. This is interesting. Okay, Flirty Princess. Okay, so first, I'm going to go ahead and ask you to pick one more card between 1 and 21. And then I'm going to ask you also, are you and your boyfriend having any type of issues at all? Because this card is kind of like it's not a tough card, but it could be not the best depending on the situation that you're asking, like the aspect, if that makes sense. So that's why I want another card too, to kind of get an idea of why this even popped up for you guys. Flower, you're so nice. Just want to throw that out there. Okay. Okay then. That kind of makes a little bit of sense. So the 2 cards you have is the first one you have is the 3 of Swords, and the second one is the Page of Swords. So let's start with the first one. With the first one, the 3 of Swords is always like a tough one. That's why I asked as far as like like why exactly you were asked, or like if you guys were having issues or not, because typically when that card pops up, it's kind of like like imagine a heart being pierced 3 different ways, if that makes sense. Like that's what the card looks like to begin with. And this card usually can mean that like it's kind of like, I don't know if you guys fight or not. I mean, everybody fights, but it seems like there may be a point during these like months that where you guys may find yourself okay, see, so then that kind of makes sense because it seems like there may be like and it could have to do with most likely this communication you're talking about. It seems like okay, and that makes sense too because if you guys are separate, I'm seeing that you guys are probably going to be separate more like over these course of 3 months because or sorry, these 3 months, these few months that you're asking about. Or yeah, the next 3 months if like you did say that, okay. Because usually this card is like it can mean separation, but if you're saying you guys are apart because of work, that's why it's popping up to begin with. And that can kind of not necessarily create trouble, but it kind of, has it may either be on your side or their side, but it seems like one of you guys is kind of feeling like a little uneasy about it. Kind of like, it's like not like heartbroken, but like a little sad just the fact that you guys have to be apart, if that makes sense. But with this Page of Swords, it seems like this is all like because the do I see him planning? Yeah, we can pull a third card to get like a yes or no for that one. But let me answer the other part of what you said about. Let me scroll up. Hold on. Like the new changes. Okay, let me address that first. So it seems like as far as the new changes between you two, I'm definitely seeing like with the you have the Page of Swords, and that one is all about communicative energy. So this is all about pretty much coming to this period of time where you guys can sit here and and kind of voice what you guys both want, so that you guys can make progress together, and that you guys can communicate and share ideas and kind of like see eye to eye and overall be in sync. Because right now, like I'm getting like you guys, it may not be the time because you guys are apart, but the second you guys come together, the second you guys can really sit there and talk with like, attention focused, like mutually, it's time to open up and talk, like overall. Because without you guys talking and communicating efficiently, there's going to be a lack of emotional intimacy between the two of you guys. And that can cause like issues, if that makes sense. Okay, see, then that's good because there's definitely like some problems with the like emotional intimacy between the two of you guys. And that's not a bad thing. It just has to do with obviously this like you guys need to see eye to eye, but in order to do so you guys need to communicate effectively. So as soon as that happens, like this whole, when you guys can sit here and have a heart to heart, that's gonna pretty much like handle itself. Because right now it feels like emotional needs aren't being met. And once you guys can sit here and talk it out, it's definitely gonna stop. Like that's gonna stop. And this is like the start of new communication opening up, if that makes sense. So just know that like the future is definitely holding better like a new beginning for open communication, if that makes sense. And this heart to heart is definitely going to go, it's going to go not necessarily in your favor but in both your guys' favors, because it seems like there's some stuff they want to voice to you too, and it's not bad or anything. It's just more like they care about your emotional needs being met, but they also want their emotional needs to be met, if that makes sense. And then he said he's planning on moving here, so let's answer that for you. Let's pick one more. So then pick one more card between 1 and 20 to find out if he's going to move to your city. Yeah, and see, and that makes sense. If your energy is stronger together than apart, then You guys are definitely gonna, like, when you guys have this heart to heart, you guys are definitely gonna learn to see better eye to eye. Not saying that you guys don't already, but like I said, it seems like there's some emotional intimacy issues because of this lack of not being with each other, or not being with each other, but being far apart. Because you guys are definitely like a lot stronger than that, but it seems like this being apart kind of makes it hard for you guys. Okay. Okay, so as far as what the question you asked, as far as if I see it happening on him moving to your city, this isn't a no, but it's not necessarily a yes. It's more of like a maybe because of the underlying factors. So it's kind of like, um, as long as they can stand firm and make the decisions they need to, that they believe in, because I do see them wanting to, but it seems like there may be some moving forward within their job first to ensure that this can happen. So as long as they can make them, like how to word it, like, take care of what they need to take care of to make sure it happens, or to make sure that they can move there and keep doing what they're doing type thing, it's gonna happen. Because this is always like, this energy is all about moving forward and getting close to crossing that finish line, if that makes sense. Because this is like, they're very determined too. So this is more of a yes. So I would take this more as like a yes. They just have to persevere. Like, pretty much, you guys just need to persevere and get through what's going on right now, because this whole being apart isn't forever. It's gonna happen soon. Okay, that's good then. Yeah, see, so like I said, as long as they're taking care of those, like, the measures to get there, it's definitely gonna happen. So if you're saying this promotion and all that, and like I said, I can see the determination and the perseverance of you guys being able to get through this time of being apart to begin with. So like I said, I would take this more as a yes than I would a no, because this is like, at the end of the day, it's more of like a maybe, but it's like I said, as long as he can do, all the steps to cross the finish line, it's a yes. So just stay strong during this, period of being apart right now, because it's not going to last that much longer, okay? And also, like I said, that heart to heart is really just gonna, yeah, that heart to heart is gonna bring a lot of new beginnings for you guys, and especially if you're saying this whole new promotion and everything, you guys being, once you guys have the heart to heart and come together, just know there's a lot of new beginnings for you guys, and it's only gonna go up from here. And then that's good. See, as long as you guys keep doing what you're doing, and the fact that you guys care to have the heart to heart shows that you guys are willing to fix this emotional, like this emotional fulfillment on both sides. Like, I wish you the best to, like, and I see a lot of, like I said, sorry, it's only going to go up from here for the both of you. Yeah, I can see you guys being twin flames, because you guys are very, it seems like you guys are like equally in sync with how, like, not even just equally in sync, but you guys both care about not just making it work, but care about meeting each other's, like, both of your guys' emotional needs, and not everybody can find that. Like, that's something that could be hard to find. Yeah, thank you for your question, Flirty Princess. And I wish you guys the best of luck. It's definitely, you guys don't need it, but I'm still just gonna say it honestly. But you guys definitely don't need it. You guys just need to keep doing what you're doing, and you guys are gonna persevere through it. Okay, thank you, Shakira. And then, what pile did you want to pick? Anytime, Flirty Princess. Thank you again. And just keep growing that love with you guys. Like I said, it's only up from here for both of you guys from now. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, Shakira. So as far as the number 8, well, I shuffled it and I have it in 3 piles. So did you want to pick a pile between 1 and 3, and then number 8 is the card you pick? If that's so, then just pick a pile between 1 and 3 first. Okay. And then did you still want to go with the number 8 for your card pick? Okay. So this card, okay, so you have the King of Swords is the card that you picked. And this card is all about like using your intellectual power and the authority that you have. And also like your courage to pretty much apply all of that. And if you don't know that you have that, I have a feeling you do know how strong of a person you are and everything that you're capable of. So it's kind of like take all of that and use that energy to achieve everything that you're desiring. Because like when this card pops up, this is like this is kind of like a sign like you're in a place right now where you stand like you're capable of standing firm and expressing yourself and your truth, but you're also capable of paying attention to what others have to say too. So it's kind of like you're well positioned to overall judge your situation. So you need to, it's not saying like you necessarily need to do that, but it's just kind of like a sign. It's time for you to kind of take a closer look at your situation and identify anything that may be getting in your way or limiting any behaviors, because there's it seems like there's some goals that you need to achieve, and then not even need to achieve, but like you want to achieve. So this is kind of like use your not like this is kind of like a sign to not lead with your heart, more like lead with your head and navigate through your path, because there may be some like decisions that you need to make, but just make sure you research them first and make sure you're firm about them, because I'm also getting like you're capable of like looking at situations and being impartial at the same time, just so that you can make balanced and insightful decisions. And also if you need help, like not even if you need help, but if there's like a certain decision you need to make, don't like don't be afraid to seek any outside guidance or anything like that, just so that you can get a clear insight behind it, truth, and just overall so you can have the most power. And that's just for overall everything. Hi Cosmo, I'll be back on Saturday if you want to pop in on Saturday for a reading for free. I do free readings usually every Friday, but this week it's going to be on Saturday. So also too, Shakira, like, so then that's just like overall the overall energy. But so like if you want to apply it to like your love life. I'm not sure if you're like, with anybody right now, or if you're in the works or anything like that, or if you're just overall single, but the main message I'm getting as far as like when it comes to your love life is just kind of like telling you, try not to have such high standards for love, okay? Like, just try to be kind of realistic, if that makes sense. And also, like, don't be afraid, and don't like restrain your emotions. Like, be practical with them, and also make sure you're being heard. And like, lastly, like, if you want to apply this, like, as far as like the general part to like your career and stuff, it's like it goes back to the high standards instead. Sorry, the high standards. Okay, yeah, then yeah, you should definitely take this time to heal. And like I said, just make sure you don't have high standards for it when it does come, like when it comes to the time you're ready or you're open to that stuff. And make sure when you do, that you're able to express yourself freely. Because I'm getting like this sense that, like, not that you can't do it, but like it seems like you may not be being heard, if that makes sense. But yeah, you should definitely take this time to just focus on your goals right now, because I'm seeing a lot of, um, what's it called, thriving. That's like kind of asking for you to take it, if that makes sense. So, another, like, lastly, just like make sure, or not make sure, but see if any routines can be beneficial to you, because it seems like there may be some routines and processes that you can take up that'll like help you achieve your goals, if that makes sense. And just at the end of the day, I know this is already something I could tell that you can do. Just remain true to yourself, okay? And just keep pushing yourself to be the best that you can be, because I can tell you do that already, so I'm not even going to tell you that you need to. Yeah, that's good. Keep doing what you're doing, because there's a lot of success in your future, okay? I'm seeing a lot of like beneficial changes in your future. I wish you the best of luck, okay? I also wish you nothing but positivity. Just keep doing what you're doing. Yeah, honestly though, sometimes that's all you really need is yourself to get you where you need to be. It's like, I've always think about this when it comes to relationships. Like, I'm in one too, but it's always like, make sure you have your own life before you become somebody else's wife. So it's like, just keep doing what you gotta do. Thank you. And thank you again for your question. Okay, and next up is gonna be Prativa. Okay, it's nice to see you still here. And hi, Jessica. Yeah, Shakira, sometimes it's like that. Just use it as a time to self reflect and work on yourself. Get yourself where you need to be. And not even like where you need to be, but get yourself to where you want to be. Just take it as a sign, take it as a learning experience. This is like your time to better yourself. Okay, Prativa, I'm going to shuffle these cards and then go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 and ask your question. Okay, let's go ahead and look into that for you. Go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 28. Okay, Prativia, so since you picked those two cards, let's go ahead and start with the first one that you picked, the 16, and then we'll get to the 28. So for the first one, okay, so for the first one, sorry, we have the Moon card, and for the second one, we have the World card. Okay, so this is interesting. So let's start with the Moon card. So with this Moon card, this one is all about like dreams, like your intuition, kind of like illusion, and overall kind of like it's like kind of like your subconscious energy, if that makes sense. So as far as like what's coming towards you and will you be able to find another job? So let's start with will you be able to, because or sorry, let's start with what's coming towards you, because if whether you'll be able to or not, that's a definite yes, you will be able to with this World card. But let's get into the why like you haven't yet, if that makes sense, like as far as like what's coming towards you, because it's kind of like you need to figure out what's preventing it from happening so that you know what needs to be fixed, because once it's fixed is that's when it's going to present itself to you, if that makes sense. So it seems like right now there may be not like some kind of like some not necessarily fear, but there may be some underlying feelings that have to do with how you feel about just your career life in general, and that could be based off your past experiences, whether a job didn't work out or it just didn't fit your needs or like align with your overall values and where you want to be. And because this card usually indicates a period of time where it's like uncertainty, like like kind of like you're feeling unsure of, like you're just unsure about your career life, and not in a bad way, just kind of like when is it gonna make a change, what change is it gonna be. And it's kind of like this is telling you that you shouldn't be thinking like this, because this is like that type of energy where this situation isn't what it seems to be. Like you need to kind of like listen and trust your intuition and see beyond what's in front of you, this lack of career or like lack of being able to find a job. Like you need to feel into the situation rather than think about it, if that makes sense. Like your dreams and your intuitions are going to guide you, and so is your subconscious, but you need to let it. So it's kind of like you need to release your feelings so that new aspects of yourself can shine through and lead you to your path that you're meant to. Because with this World card, the World card is all about kind of like think about it like the world is always churning. There's always something, like you're pretty much surrounded by achievement, possibilities, and success, but you need to align your mindset with that. So instead of sitting here thinking about like thinking about the when, think about more like it's kind of like manifestation energy. Like you need to bring and ask the world and kind of like imagine you having it already, because this World card is always it mainly represents the ending of a cycle, which is obviously like this lack of career, lack of your like mindset not aligning with that, and the lack of, not even being able to find a new job, because this is like your clear tell sign that you're definitely going to find one, and it's going to bring, and then like this job that you're going to find is going to be the type that not only is like, is it fulfilling, it's like it's going to bring you fulfillment, it's going to give you like the sense of like feeling complete, feeling whole. It's also going to be like a completion, like not a completion, like it's going to be an achievement. Like when you manage to get this job, it's also going to be something that's meant for like long term. Like this isn't going to be like a real quick job. You're going to be at this one for quite some time. So just make sure your mindset is aligning with what you're asking from the world, if that makes sense. Like you need to trust your intuition, trust that you're capable of achieving anything you want, because it's definitely going to happen. But you need to kind of make sure your mindset is aligning with your goals, because as long as you can do that and you can put forth the effort to achieve the career that you're looking for, like, don't, like, kind of make sure you know what you want. Like you need to be not exactly precise, but you need to have a general idea of what you're looking for, if that makes sense. Because the world can't just give, the world doesn't want to just give you anything. It wants to give you what's going to benefit you, if that makes sense. So as long as you can, align your head with your goals and have commitment, and just kind of have this understanding that everything is connected, your mindset's connected to everything else, then you'll complete this career goal that you have. But you need to set a goal so that it could be completed. So like, I don't know if that's your case exactly, but instead of having a career or job be your goal, be more precise with the type of job or career, and then, achieve that goal. But just know it's definitely gonna happen, okay? You just need to just pretty much be confident in yourself, okay? But your future definitely looks very promising. It's going to be like very positive when it comes to change. I wish you the best of luck, okay? And thank you for your question. Okay. Okay, and again, thank you again, Batibia, for your question and for waiting. And now next up is going to be Flower. I'm going to shuffle the cards while I wait for you, Flower. Anytime. Thank you for your question. Okay, thank you, Deeply. It's nice to know you're still here. And thank you, Flower. Okay, Flower, I already shuffled these cards. I'm going to give them one last shuffle, but go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 and ask your question. Yeah, go ahead. You can go ahead and explain your situation, and then I can just pretty much pick a pile. You'll pick a pile, and then you'll pick a card, and then I'll just give you some like guidance or insight behind your situation. So then, while you sit there and type that, just so you guys know, I do free readings for all my subscribers pretty much every week, okay? So just so you guys know. That's why I asked you guys to subscribe. It's not like just for me. It's like mainly because I do free readings for all my subscribers every week. So, you guys could tune in pretty much every week and just ask a question. Okay, Flower. So after you type your situation so we can figure out what guidance or insight to give you, then pick a card between 1 and 25. Okay, Flower, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 25, and I'll pull a card and we'll kind of get an idea. We can probably figure out, like, how they're feeling, if that makes sense. Like, overall, how they're feeling and where they want to take this connection to, if that makes sense. And Christina, on Saturday, I'm not quite sure what time yet. I'm gonna try for the morning, my time. It depends. I'm not sure exactly where you guys stay at, but I'm like Pacific time zone. It just kind of depends, cause I try to do it when my toddler's asleep, so that I don't have to like have any interruptions, and so that I could go longer. So most likely it'll either be like early morning, like probably like the same time like right now type thing. Probably late, so either like at midnight, PST, or like 6 a.m. So it'll be like really early, if that makes sense. Okay, Flower. A card between 1 and 25, Flower. But like I said, Christina, it'll most likely be in the morning, but I'll schedule it um Friday, and I'll schedule it Friday afternoon to Friday night. I'll schedule it ahead of time, so you'll see it there. You'll see when it's scheduled, so you'll kind of like get a heads up beforehand, if that makes sense. But I'll schedule it ahead of time so you guys can, you know what time ahead of time. Yeah, anytime, Christina. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Flower. So you want 20. Thank you, Christina. You have a good rest of your week, too. Okay, so let me read your questions again, Flower, just so I can, get the most I can from this card. So off the bat, while I read your questions, I'm just gonna let you know I have the Nine of Wands for you. And then let me read out your questions, but like your explanations again, so we could give you some insight to how they're feeling and stuff. Okay, so overall, the energy for this overall is kind of like this connection may need, like, it's kind of like I'm getting like you've prepared, and you're like you have this mindset where you know what you want when it comes to them, and you're ready to face these challenges, like this challenge already, like, with how they're approaching it, because it seems like you're the only one that's really putting effort into it. They're not really putting effort into it, and it's kind of like this is kind of telling you that this connection you want is gonna require some work. And like not just that, but it seems like there needs to be some communication and adjustments made between the two of you. And this realization is gonna come to you. Well, it's obviously it's coming to you because I'm telling you, but it may have already been coming to you, and it seems like it may be coming to them, and you kind of like need to prepare for that. Like it seems like there's this big step to take forward when it comes to this romantic energy between the two of you, and should as long as you can put in the work, it's going to be successful between the two of you. But it's also kind of like this connection is capable of being willing to adapt and work through problems together as a team. But if you learned also, if you're capable, like you said, you learned how they feel about you back, it seems like the only issue that's standing in this way is communication. And there needs to be some type of improvement. And there needs to be some type of improvement made in order for you guys to take it to the next step. So it's kind of like making sure both of your guys' emotional needs are being met. So it's like, don't come off too strong, but this is a great time for you to sit here and talk to them, reach out to them and kind of make sure you guys are on the same page, talk about where you guys want to go from here, and like overall let them know how you're feeling, because it seems like with them, it seems like they kind of have this idea that there's some stuff they need to improve on themselves, but hearing it from you will help them and kind of like give them like that insight and kind of like because it's like overall, like the best way to put it is someone isn't going to just change something that they don't know needs to be changed, if that makes sense. So it's kind of like you guys need to communicate effectively, and I can tell they're open to listening to you, because it seems like they may have some communication back they want to do to you. So it's kind of like you guys just need to communicate with one another so you guys can see eye to eye, and so that you guys can take this to the next step. Because like I said, you can't it's like you can't expect somebody to change something if they don't know it needs to be changed. So like as far as like how you said too with this lack of effort on their side, like just find a nice way to explain to them how you want to take this to the next step, but you would also like for there to be more like mutual effort put into it. Okay, then just take things slow, because I'm definitely seeing like I'm seeing a connection here, but I'm seeing that there needs to be some work put into it. So kind of take things slow, communicate with them, get to know them a little bit better, and just overall feel it out. Because it seems like they may be going through this period of like self-reflection and self-improvement already. So that may be why they haven't really tried themselves, because it's kind of like, some people like to fix themselves and make sure they have themselves taken care of before they get into anything new, if that makes sense, because it just avoids any issues or problems. Because sometimes people, it's like, it's always good to work on yourself before you get committed. So that way, you don't have any, not excuses, but you don't have any reasons or thoughts or feelings holding you back from being the best version of yourself. So, like I said, just don't come on to them too strong. Take things slow. Kind of hint at how you feel so they can kind of get a feel of it. And then, kind of like take how they respond and go from there. Because they may, like I said, I'm feeling it too, that they feel the same way back. But if they're working on themselves right now, they may not be ready. So that could be why they haven't put that step forward to make any effort towards you guys, if that makes sense. But as long as you're willing to make some sacrifices as far as when it comes to being patient and all that, there's definitely some potential. But no, this connection is definitely going to require some work. It's not like, like success doesn't just happen overnight, if that makes sense. So, I mean, like overall, lastly, like as long as you can keep that in mind and do the work that put in the work that you need to, you're going to be successful with this relationship, okay? Just take things slow, feel it out and give them time. And I wish you the best of luck, okay? And thank you for your question again, Flower. Okay, next up is going to be Deepthi, if you're ready. Hi, Sarah. My list is closed for the night, but I'll be back on Saturday because I do free weekly readings. So if you want to come back on Saturday, I'd be more than happy to do a free reading for you. Anytime, Flower. Thank you again. Okay, Deepthi, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Let's try to get an idea of when this is going to happen. Okay, Deepthi, pick a pile between 1 and 3 first, and then I'll pick card 11 for you. And I'm going to go ahead and roll some astrology dice while I wait for you to kind of get a little bit deeper. Interesting. Okay, Deepthi. So let's go ahead and start with the with the card. So with the card you picked, you have the 3 of Cups. So this kind of like is this is all about pretty much like it seems like you may meet them like during the autumn or during like through like either through a friendship or through like a celebration where like not even like a celebration, but you may even meet them like through your career. Like it seems like there's gonna be like you're gonna meet them amongst a like when you're amongst a crowd, if that makes sense. And it could be any type of crowd. That's why I'm saying it could be like, you know, whether it's a work crowd or whether you're like celebrating something, you know, if it's like a birthday or if you're like at a wedding, like the overall, or it could even be like if you're hanging out with your friends. Like it seems like you're gonna meet them in a social setting where there's like a good amount of people. And then I rolled some astrology dice to kind of get a little bit deeper, kind of just to like, get an idea of what they'll be like, if that makes sense, and kind of see if we can get any more insight to when or where. But so like the first thing we have here is this. Let's start with the sign, or sorry, the what planet. So it seems like you have the moon, because I have the Cancer energy, Okay, see, that does make sense though, because with the Three of Cups, that transfers to months. So that means within 3 months. Because anytime you have cup energy, it usually transfers to months. And since you have the Three of Cups, that means within like the next 3 months to like the autumn, if that makes sense. But the overall energy seems like they're gonna be somebody that cares about like your emotional needs, your personal needs. You know, they're gonna have like some great like they're gonna be very nurturing, and they may even be the type of person that likes to cook or bake for you. You know, very intuitive. They care about the home you guys have, and they're also like they may even be somebody that like seeks a family. So kind of keep that in mind. And then this could either be your sign or their sign or the type of energy they have. So it could either be like they're either going to be a Cancer, you're a Cancer, or they have Cancer like traits. And those are like some of the best traits, honestly. Like they're very like loyal, nurturing, you know. They're also very supportive. Like they're the type that have unconditional type love. You know, they're very dependent, and they're overall like they have like, you know, they're capable of having like a soft side, and also just, you know, being like they have a sensitive side too, but it's not like it's a bad thing, you know? So you always want to, it's nice to have somebody where you can see how they're feeling, if that makes sense. And then like the last dice we have is the House. Okay, and this makes more sense. This is kind of like, this will kind of give you more of a insight to where you'll meet them. So the seventh house is all about like overall, it's like the same type of energy, like social settings, but this is kind of like you may meet them through like a close or personal type, like a friendship or connection, and this is definitely going to lead to a marriage for sure. And you may even meet them like in a, like not a business setting, but like a career setting as well. So just kind of keep that in mind, but this is definitely going to be quite a romantic relationship between the two of you, and they also care about equality between the two of you. Okay. So overall, like I said, as far as like the Cancer sign, that's most likely the traits they're gonna have. Either they're gonna be a Cancer or they're gonna have Cancer-like traits. And then they're gonna be very nurturing overall, and it seems like you're gonna meet them within 3 months in a social setting, or like, you know, amongst a group of people, or even like if you have a celebration or any type of gatherings. It seems like that's when you're gonna meet them. So I wish you the best of luck. Okay. Yeah, definitely this year, because the overall timeline I'm getting is I'm getting within 3 months to autumn, and you know autumn is pretty much like between like September to like December, and it hasn't happened yet. So it's like, you know, you kind of like you need to give it some time to get there too, because this person is all about commitment, and they want to make sure that you feel that way before you guys take it to the next step. So I'm seeing within 3 months to like pretty much the end of this year, you're definitely going to be establishing a connection, okay? So thank you for your question, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. And like I said, I'll be back on Saturday, most likely Saturday. I'll be scheduling my free reading on Friday. I'm going to try to come back on Saturday, and if not, for sure Sunday, but I'll be scheduling it on Friday, okay? Oh my goodness, 3 years. Yeah, I got within 3 months to the end of the year. They may have gotten that just because it depends how slow the person you're like this person like moves, if that makes sense. They may not be one to commit really fast, so kind of like give it some time, you know. Success in a relationship, well, especially, doesn't just happen overnight. Yeah, anytime. Thank you again for your question, and thank you for tuning in. I hope to see you guys next time, whoever is here don't forget to like and subscribe. And I do free readings every week for all of my subscribers, new and returning. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you, guys. Thank you deeply. I really appreciate you stopping by. Bye again. Thank you.